5:32. Sorry for the delay. It is raining and I was trying to get from Richmond. Okay. I'd like to begin with roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett, Councilor Randolph. Here. Councilor Holloway.
Here.
Councilor Parton,
Did you call me? Yeah, here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pellet.
Here.
Thank you very much.
Make sure.
Is there a motion to go into closed session?
I'd like to make, I'm not reading all, but
Okay. I move that we go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1 to discuss and consider personnel matters, including the appointment, assignment, and performance of specific public officers, appointees, and employees of the city, and consideration, discussion of the prospective candidates for employment and appointment. A3 and A6, to discuss the acquisition of real property for a public purpose and the investment of public funds where bargaining is involved and discussion is open meeting would adversely affect the city's bargaining position and financial interest. A7 and 8, to consult with legal counsel and be briefed by staff regarding probable litigation and specific legal matters where such briefing and consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the city's litigating posture. A39, to discuss and consider information related to economic development and to the extent such discussions will be aided thereby. A4, for the protection of the privacy of individuals and personal matters not related to public business.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Councilor Randolph,
yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pellet.
Yes.
Council, may I ask you all to lean into your mics and speak very clearly? We've still been having issues with the sound, so if each of you would make sure you speak into your mics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we'll call the city attorney back first, and then the other staff members will call you when it's time. I'll get the clerk to let you know when it's time to go back. Thank you.
Good evening. Just letting you all know, council's running a little bit late. They'll probably be coming out of closed session in the next 15 minutes, just to let you know what's going on, okay? Thank you.
Not as much as that one down there, she was too happy.
Time is 7:51. I want to first apologize for council being tardy this afternoon. We had to close out some end of the year tasks. And so thank you for waiting patiently for us. Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? No lights, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
And may you please read the certification?
Where only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Thank you. We're going to now call the regular meeting to order. I have to do another roll call for the regular meeting, please.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
Here.
Counselor Holloway,
Here.
Counselor Parton.
Here.
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham.
Thank you very much. Just to expedite the meeting, we're going to move into the prayer by Pastor Rodrigo Epps. Okay, we're going to move into prayer, Mr. Bragg, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Counselor Pelham. Please stand.
Let us pray. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. Father, we pause for a moment to give thanks to your most blessed and holy name. We give thanks for all those who are gathered here in these chambers. Father, we ask you for guidance tonight. We ask you for wisdom for our leaders who have been sworn to carry out the business of this city. Father, we ask that you would grant them knowledge. We ask that you would grant them truth. We ask that you would grant them justice and a spirit of love and unity. Lord, we ask and pray for this agenda that is before us this evening. We ask that your Holy Spirit will fall fresh upon it. We pray for these cities and all our citizens, especially those that are bereaved and are grieving today. And we pray for our men and women in uniform who are serving in harm's way, protecting the rights and freedoms of all of our people. Father, we thank you for this day, and we ask this prayer in the precious name of your Lord, and all of God's people said amen.
Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. On to adopting the meeting agenda. Before I entertain a motion, I do have two slight changes to make in order for the agenda to be reflective of unfinished business. Even though I'm asking for them to be moved, I am going to ask for them to be tabled. According to our agenda, R10 and R11, innovation competition, and then the fraud, waste, and abuse. They were on the October 9th and October 22nd agendas. They should be under unfinished business.
Or what again? 9 and 10.
R10 and 11. They should be unfinished business items 1 and 2, and everything should shift down. Again, I will ask for them to be tabled when we get to that part. They just need to be put on the right spot. The other question I have of council, if everyone's fine with that, is
Where do you want this to move to unfinished business, but in what number? The last,
is
the end of unfinished business?
1 and 2, because they were the oldest items. They were October 9th and October 22nd agendas. I would ask for them to be tabled properly, their first two items. My other question for council, I did receive a call about this, unfinished business item 1 that we currently have on here, which is the new citywide payment program. Council did discuss this item when it was on the agenda last time, and the instructions were for Mr. Butler, Mr. Anderson, and Mr. Altman to include that in our strategic plan. The strategic plan is in our agenda for tonight's packet. My request would be to pull this item only because of what we previously discussed.
So you're asking that it just be merged into the strategic plan discussion?
It's supposed to be included
Yeah, I
in
know.
that, because that's what we directed, so I'm just asking to pull it, because it's not unfinished business anymore. It's already been addressed. And my last ask for council, if you guys are open to this, R7 is a strategic plan. And looking at the items that we have on the agenda in terms of priority, can that move up to be either, to be R4? The traffic flow pattern, the retention of funds, the surplus auctions, all those other items. It's not imperative as a strategic plan. This is the last meeting that we have of the year.
Are you moving it up because we're not gonna get to it in time?
I don't think.
I mean, I don't know, is it more important for it to move up this way?
Yeah, go ahead. So
I mean, I just wanted to know, I mean,
it's a priority to get it finished by end of the year. Strategic plan's been on the agendas before, we haven't gotten to it, so my ask would be to move it up on the R list.
I think it'll be fine. I feel it's gonna be okay.
You
Any
want a
other
motion?
comments?
You need a motion?
Yes.
So I would like to make the motion to move R10 and R11 to R1 and 2 position,
UB 1 and 2.
UB1 and UB2. To move
we-
R7.
Can we separate these? Because I have an amendment I want to make as well.
Okay,
I have an amendment I want to make as
Just
well.
add it.
Well, I'd like to separate them because some of these I want to vote for and some I don't.
so can we group the first two? So the first two, as stated, R 10 and 11, move them to R UB 1 and 2. Is the motion?
Second, any discussion? Roll call?
Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor Bennett,
No,
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
No.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes, correct? Thank you. Next item, Counselor Plum.
Request that R7 be moved to R4 and R4 be moved to R7.
UB1.
Yeah. Y'all were gonna pull UB1?
Okay, I'll remind her. That's your motion?
Yes.
Second, any
Say
discussion?
that again, please. R7.
For R4 and R4 for R7.
To make R7, R4, and R4, R7. No lights for discussion. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
no,
Counselor Randolph,
No.
excuse me, Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
No.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
All right, then you have UB1.
And then, for UB1 to the strategic plan discussion. Is a motion.
Second, discussion. There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
yes,
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
No.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Motion passes. Counselor Randolph?
I'd like to pull R8, Neighborhood Watch Advisory Board, off the agenda.
Second. Discussion,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Any particular reason?
Yes, I don't think this is something that we've talked to the police chief about, in his plans to move forward. And before we vote or do a motion on this tonight, I'd like to at least include him in our discussions on this, just to make sure his thoughts on it.
How did it get on the agenda? You-
It was actually a unfinished business item, but it was under the priority list.
Right.
So it's really doesn't need to be on here, quite frankly. It can be pulled because it's actually on the priority list.
Right.
Okay,
Vice Mayor Bennett?
I believe that this would have to be a discussion for, to go with another meeting we were supposed to have on Thursday, or we were thinking about having on Thursday, in reference to crime.
The Neighborhood Watch Advisory Committee?
Well, I mean, that can be included into it. If we need the police chief to review and recommend a creation.
He's gonna be giving an update at that meeting. I've asked him and he said he'd be willing to.
Okay.
Okay, there are no lights for discussion. I have one question, and to piggyback off of Vice Mayor Bennett. The meeting that we had originally scheduled for the crime discussion regarding shootings after the press conference, we had to reschedule it for Thursday. I've been contacted by some members of council to ask if the items that were on that agenda would be carried over to the Thursday meeting. They include the Neighborhood Watch Advisory Board, they include the crime statistics, cities of opportunity discussion, and then also, I think it was just those three that were supposed to be on that meeting that we had after the press conference. So is that gonna be carried over to Thursday
Yeah,
meeting?
some items are gonna be carried over, some are being combined into, one item. And then I'll be sending out a draft agenda, probably tonight, to let everyone know what's on there.
Okay, I'll request that the items that we had on the Thursday meeting be on there as well. Are you okay with that request?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna make a decision about whether I'm gonna add them all or not.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? No? Roll call, please.
Vice, excuse me, Vice Mayor Bennett,
Can you repeat the motion, please, just so I'm clear?
certainly. Remove item R8 from the agenda.
Okay, yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
yes.
Are there any other amendments to the agenda? Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
Make a motion that we adopt the agenda with changes as noted.
There's a motion on the floor to adopt the agenda with the changes as noted. Is it second?
Second.
It's properly seconded. Any discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parton?
No.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
No.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Motion passes. Moving on to the adoption of the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you for seconding it. The motion to approve the consent agenda discussion, seconded. Is there any discussion? There are no lights. I have one question of council, the pending list, which is C2. There was a request to pull that out because when council had a work session, we went through every single item on the pending list, and we created a priority list, which was supposed to be the top 6 items we wanted done in 30 days. We did that in September. We have 6 items, the initial 6 items still that need to have some resolution. The last time we talked about this was at our October meeting, October 22nd, and there was an ask to have deadlines presented to us from recommendations from the city manager to complete those 6 items. Does council want to pull this out to hear his deadlines, or do you want to approve the consent agenda? If you don't pull it out, then it's, there's no discussion for consent. Go ahead.
The city manager has already given us some deadlines with what he's done.
Okay.
So what I'm not clear on what you're asking for.
We haven't made it, we never took action on his recommendations in order
Okay.
to, so I'm asking. And then also on the pending list was the shooting task force and the neighborhood watch item that was previously discussed. That's been on the pending list for some time. So if it's not going to be on the Thursday agenda that Council Parton wants to discuss, then it's still going to be on the pending list. So we can leave it in the consent agenda, or we can talk about it maybe in January. All right? Vice Mayor Bennett?
I think we should go ahead and, talk about this in January, only
Okay.
because we're gonna have the agenda work session.
Okay.
And that will make everyone on the, pretty much on the same page, and we'll all be clear
Okay.
as far as how the process actually should work or works.
Okay. If there's no objections, Madam Clerk, can you make a note to say at our first meeting in January that we'll put second meeting in January?
Well, unless you guys
be a
want
min-
to add business to your organizational meeting, that's up to you, of course.
I do have a report for that for closed session, but so the second meeting in January, to please add an item to talk about the pending list.
Is that an amendment to the motion to agenda?
Would that be
Just
part of the
request,
agenda
okay.
work session, or talk about it?
To talk about the item, the work session for the agenda is about the structure of the agenda.
Okay.
Is the work session for the agenda on the second meeting as well, for clarity?
Yes. All right, so the motion on the floor right now is to approve the consent agenda. It's been moved and seconded. Instructions been given to the clerk. No other discussion, no lights. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes,
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
thank you. Moving on to public hearings. Public hearing 1. Public hearing to consider citizen comments regarding a request to vacate a portion of an alley. Director Griffin?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor Gore and Vice Mayor Bennett and all members of City Council. Bringing up your... Tonight, we have a request from Barbara J. Pittman Burgess and Jerry W. Leach Jr. They are requesting that a vacation be taken place at the alley located behind 511 Sherman Avenue, 2606 Bristol Street, and parcel 014-2510. The owner of 2606 Bristol Street is not interested in the vacation and has provided correspondence that you should have in your packet to that effect. If the alley is vacated, there would be approximately 1,800 square feet that would be divided equally between Mrs. Burgess and Mr. Leach. Both of the applicants are here tonight if you would like to speak to them. The city is recommending denial of this request, and the Planning Commission has also recommended denial. If we can bring up the presentation.
You have it, or?
Yep.
It's on here.
Just takes a while.
Yeah, they can see it, there you go.
Here we go. So as you can see here, the highlighted aqua blue area is showing 511 Sherman Avenue, and the alley runs behind 511 Sherman, and it is between Bristol Street and Suffolk Street. A portion of the alley can be accessed by vehicles, but the larger portion at this point cannot. However, in the future, the trees may be removed, the shrubbery may be removed, and there would be vehicular access that would be allowed in this alley. For that reason, the city engineer and the planning department is recommending denial because this alley could be used for vehicular access in the future. There is a portion of the alley that I've driven through myself that can be accessed by vehicles. The applicants are aware of the city's position, and Mr. Butler, our city engineer, is here to speak and give you the engineer's opinion. If you have any questions for him, he's able and willing to answer those.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council have any questions? Counselor Pelham?
Can you tell us the difference between this situation and the last one with the, okay.
So this is an alley. It's 1,800 square feet. The one that was before it was also on the same street, but it was a vacation of a undeveloped street. So it was a full street. It was platted, but it was never developed. So it was like 50 by, I think it was around
1,200.
12,000 square feet. Yeah, so that's a difference between the 1,800 and the 12,000. So this is an alley, and the vacation 2 or 3 weeks ago was the vacation of a street.
Any other questions? There are no lights. Thank you. We're gonna open up the public hearing. Anyone signed up to speak for this? Okay, please come up, and while you're walking up, I'll ask the clerk to read the rules for public hearings, please.
All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number. Limit comments to 5 minutes. No person shall be permitted to address the council a second time until all others have been heard, and no one may speak more than twice on any subject in any one meeting. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a body. Questions must be asked through the mayor only, and there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal to a majority of council.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Gary Leach. I'm actually one of the applicants on this. I just got a couple of things to say about this. Actually, you can go across the street and do your research on this. This subdivision was platted in the 1920s. Wagner Avenue was a paper street in the 1920s. That alley was a dirt, trees in it, 1920s. Still is in 2019. City's never done nothing with that property. Vacation of Wagner right away, I cut that grass in there for 2 years. The city never come in and cut their own property, their own grass. They don't come in, they don't trim the trees. The other applicants actually had limbs fall off city trees into her garage. I personally just wanted 7.5 by 128 feet of that, where I could have a buildable lot to bring revenue to the city. And that's what my half of that was gonna be for. But the engineer seems to think he's gonna put a road in there that's feasibly cannot be done if you follow it all the way back out to Bristol, because it's only 25 foot wide out the other end. And like I said, since 1920 to 2019, it's always been paper and always will be paper in the city of Hopewell. And I'd like the city council engineer reconsider, because as I see it, they want $100 per person to vacate this alley. That's $1,000. I'm looking at tens of thousands in revenue, building permits, and revenue off of a home being built on that property. That's up to city council and the engineer to rediscuss that issue. You know, dimes, are we looking at pennies here, or are we looking at real money? And I'm looking at real money for the city and for myself. And that's about all I got to say on that. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter before we close the public hearing? Thank you. Public hearing is closed. Is there a motion on the floor first before we have discussion?
I move that we approve the vacation of the portion of the alley between 511 Sherman Avenue and 2606 Bristol Street, subparcel number 014-2510.
Second.
Thank you. The motion has been moved and properly seconds now before council for discussion. Counselor Pelham, then Counselor Denton.
Mr. City Engineer, well, can you answer, the comment that he made about the building out of it, since it has not been built on for 100 years? And also, what type of, is he planning on building a home, extending his home, or building a business? I didn't get that understanding. Brand new home. Okay.
Well, I think that by itself
But
would
it's not
create
subdivided.
problems. Yeah, let her address that. The area that you're
Can
vacating
you
is a plat.
speak in the mic, please?
All right. Usually people can hear me. All right, again, Johnny Butler, most people sitting in the audience know who I am. The segment that he's requesting to vacate, this is a platted right-of-way. And we have a lot of platted right-of-ways throughout the city that are alley right-of-ways. But we don't have a facility on them. And we don't have a reason to do any maintenance on them, but nonetheless, they're still a platted right-of-way. And they provide access connections to adjoining properties that all border onto these alleys. So if you go close a segment in the middle, you've corrupted the other two ends of it that connect to the street, and it's not a connection anymore. Also, if you look on the overview, there's a north-south alley, a smaller alley that connects to very close to the same location. So what we have to look at is, in the future, if the community petitioned the city, the Public Works Department, to construct a facility, an alley, the right-of-way's there. And a lot of alleys we have utilities in. In this particular alley, down close to where the property line is, we have a storm sewer in there too, that we need to get back to. So we got to be careful when we look at closing alleys, because it can really create a problem that we didn't think about today, could create a problem in the future. The properties over there can change hands, and different people come in and they would like to have the alley in a connected right-of-way to the connecting streets without having to have a dead-end alley, more or less. So there's a lot of reasons why we want to preserve and protect a lot of these platted alley right-of-ways. They provide drainage course in a lot of cases, where a lot of backyards drain to an area where the alley right-of-way is, and it conveys to a receiving structure somewhere else. So they actually have a lot more importance sometimes than can be seen by just a general view of it. This one, you close the middle, the person then can construct something there, fence, whatever, and now it's not connected to the two connecting streets. So you don't got a through alley, and you don't have a way to get to the properties that border to it, and the other property owners are adversely impacted by that. So by one closure, it has a bigger effect than you might think, so.
I will finish. Where, can you point on here where you say the stormwater drainage is? Is it near
If you're
Suffolk?
looking at this property from Sherman, it's in the left rear corner of the property. There's a storm structure there.
Left rear?
Stormwater inlet basin there.
Okay.
And there's storm pipe that's in the ground and takes it onto another part of the conveyance system.
Okay.
So the left rear corner, what's highlighted in green on your package, that's on or about right where the structure is, and it's in the border of the alley. So we have a vested interest in that facility back there.
Thank you.
Next person had their light on was Counselor Denton, then Vice Mayor Bennett, then Counselor Randolph. But Ms. Griffin, did you have anything to say? Because I heard you comment. Okay. Counselor Denton.
My question is, I guess, to Mr. Leach more than to Mr. Butler. Mr. Leach, are you saying that if we vote to allow this vacation,
Yes, ma'am.
that you would have a buildable site,
Yes,
even
ma'am.
though it does not go back to the edge of your lot?
No, no, actually, it would go from my back left corner standing looking at the back to my left front corner.
Cause
It would
you're right there on the corner of Bristol,
I
right?
know, I'm on Suffolk.
You're
I
on
am
Suffolk, okay.
Yes, ma'am. And back to Mr. Butler, what Mr. Butler said about the right of way. Mr. Butler already has a drainage easement right of way on the back side of this property between Suffolk and Bristol. It actually turns and goes up right beside that young lady's house right there. And it's already platted in the city, so I don't know where he's coming off saying that, but he already has an easement there. Now this alley, we're gonna go back to that, Mr. Butler, because this alley's always been like that. You have no room at Bristol Avenue to put an alley. The road comes 50 foot on my side up here. Out on the Bristol, only about 25 feet. It's been like that forever, you know this. I don't understand where you gonna put an alley for somebody to drive through here to get to what property? To access what property? Because this is a total different subdivision from this subdivision.
Well, I would say we can't ask.
Okay, my bad. All right, but back to you, Ms. Denton, that has no effect on this property whatsoever. There's already an easement, and you can access the city easement from, Moultrie Avenue all the way to Sherman with a city vehicle and a Virginia Power vehicle or anybody else. They filled that ditch in when I was a kid, and there's a concrete culvert in there, and you already have an easement to that. I'm not here to argue anything.
I know,
I'm just looking at having a buildable lot. As it stands right now, I'm only 278 total square foot of having a buildable lot to begin with, and I think, you know, under the 7,500 square foot rule, you might want to overlook that and allow me to build on this lot anyhow. And it's all just for the money for the city. That's all I'm looking for. Just, you know, money for the city. I don't want to hold on to this land and pay $320 a year taxes to the city and cut grass on it. Because that's all it's going to be good to me for. That's it. I already have Mr. Barber lined up to buy it, and Mr. Barber has already discussed with Ms. Griffin on getting permits to buy, to put a house on this. You know, it's not set in stone, but we have talked to her about this.
okay.
And if not, I'd like to get some kind of variance, because it's only 278 square foot shy of being buildable.
So you don't need that portion vacated from the front of your lot
I
back to
need
where
from,
it's
I
been?
need from Suffolk Street all the way back to the back rear corner of my
But
property.
that's not what we're talking about tonight. We're just talking about that one little piece.
And then she's
width
partitioned,
of the lot.
partitioned, right? That joins somebody else's property.
Excuse me, before you continue, keep your thought, please. I know we have IT staff here. I think they're probably in their office. Can you have them come in to see if we can get that clicker, the laser working, so that way we can point to the screen, because I'm getting people asking me
Yeah,
where.
it's hard to,
There is no laser. It
There
doesn't,
was one up
It
there.
will reflect off the, it
right,
doesn't pick
it
up
doesn't
the
work
television.
on these.
You
It's,
can use the cursor on the mouse, but you can't use.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good.
it's going back to what Mr.
Griffin,
Butler
can you-
said about an alley.
I'll
There's
text him.
no need for an alley because you can't access nobody else's land except for this piece of property and the piece of property on Bristol. Because this is a total different subdivision. Suffolk Street stops right here, then you have the 15-foot alley. So it's useless, and it's been useless since 1920 when it was platted in Prince George County. And then we annexed it back in the 50s, and then that subdivision went to plat in 1958 in the city of Hopewell.
Okay, Counselor Denton, do you have any other questions?
well, I guess I'm just questioning the feasibility. And I think planning, if I'm correct, they denied it. Was it because it's right in the middle of the alley
And
and then, rather than all the way through?
I understand that because it was petitioned to you incorrectly.
Okay,
All right, from the
That-
person that did the petitioning, and I had spoke to them prior to, but, you know, when your parents used to say, listen, you hear
right.
that? You listen to be able to hear what somebody's saying.
We need to get that straight, I think.
I know, but I just wish we could somehow, the city, because that alley's gonna be useless to nobody and to the city, and we're gonna all grow old and it's gonna set exactly like it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, John, you done with your questions?
Yeah.
Okay, and just for our council, can we make sure we keep our questions relevant to the motion on the floor, so we can keep the other public hearings going? Vice Mayor Bennett, you're next, and then Councilor Randolph. But before then, Ms. Griffin, do you have something to correct, because I saw you trying to speak?
There's so many things that I could mention. First, I will say the petition came with Ms. Burgess. Ms. Burgess was the initiator of the petition. By council rules, she is required to ask the other adjacent property owners along the alley that she wants to vacate if they are willing to vacate along with her. At the time, she talked to the applicant here. I don't know if you can see my cursor. You can't see it.
We really can't see it now.
Okay. 2606
So we're looking at the
Bristol.
two orange lines, aren't they?
You're looking at the two orange lines. The two red lines are the only area that are in the petition, in the application. And she actually went door to door. She got the information for Mr. Leach and contacted him, and he was willing, and as you see in your application, it is signed by him for the area just in between the two red lines, okay? That is the only thing before you tonight. What he is looking at is he owns property, and just a parcel. And what you see is the home that is there, he no longer owns at this time. He does own a parcel, which you're not gonna see the line because this just happened this year. He owns a parcel, but not the home. And in owning the parcel is a non-conforming lot, okay? And so he would like to, of course, have the entire alley adjacent to his property in order to be able to build on that lot, is what he's talking about. However, that is not what was requested, and that is not what Ms. Burgess is requesting. We sent letters to all of the property owners on the alley, including persons off of Suffolk Street, and the only response we received back were two. The one that you have in your packet that says, I don't want to have anything to do with it, and then another gentleman off of Suffolk who's interested in applying separately. So tonight, the only thing before you is the area in the red line that's 1,800 square feet. Okay?
I'm clear.
Me too.
You're clear too?
Yep, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Yes, ma'am.
I have not had any discussions with any contractor regarding putting a house on this property. No one has been to my office and discussed that
If
with
they
me.
did.
But you said it was non-conforming at this point. Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? The answer is still no. Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the motion that's on the floor for consideration?
To approve the vacation of a portion of the alley between 511 Sherman Avenue, 2600 Bristol Street, and subparcel number 0142510.
Everyone clear? Okay, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Council Randolph?
No.
Councilor Holloway?
No.
Councilor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
No.
Councilor Denton?
No.
Councilor Pell?
No.
Motion fails, right? Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, public hearing, item number 2. Public hearing, the ordinance amending section 2-4 of Hopewell City Codes to provide for a waiver of residency requirements. Do you want me to tee it up, Madam City Attorney? Do you would like? I can do it. Okay. Ms. Robinson?
Mayor Gore, members of council, at page 69 in your packet is a proposed amendment to section 2.2-4 of the city code. That code provision provides for a residency requirement for certain city employees. The amendment in substance, and will be contained at subparagraph 2, will provide the city council with an option to waive the requirement relative to any of these positions of employment. At paragraph C, the text would read, "The city council may waive any provision or requirement of this ordinance, period. City council may grant such waiver by ordinance, resolution, motion, or contract." That concludes my statements.
Thank you very much. I have one person sign up to speak for the public hearing, so I'll open the floor. Ms. Stokes, please state your name, address, and ward.
Address. This is Ward.
Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Yolanda Stokes, and I live in Ward 6. I've always been a lifelong advocate for hiring Hopewell residents first. And I noticed when I saw this in my email that there's an option of waiver for certain positions. My stand is, I always think we should invest in our community and invest in the people who live here, who invest in us and who vote you all in. When you're considering the certain positions, I think that they should be required to live within the city within a certain period of time, perhaps beyond the probationary period. Because it's a reinvestment into our city. We can benefit from their taxes. Real estate taxes will benefit from personal property taxes. So when you're considering this, I just wanted to remind you that I've always been, as a citizen of this city, even from 18 years of age until now, an advocate for hiring Hopewell first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Thank you. Public hearing is closed. Is there a motion on the floor for discussion?
I'd like to make a motion to waive the residential requirements for the position of the city attorney.
For clarity, Council Pelham, we are amending ordinance. So is your motion to amend the ordinance,
First to amend the ordinance, yes.
section 2-4, city code? Okay. To provide waiver for residency requirements. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been, motion on the floor has been moved and properly seconded. It's up to council now for discussion. Councilor Randolph?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, can you repeat the
The
motion?
motion?
Yeah.
To approve the ordinance amending section 2-4 of Hopewell City Code to provide for a waiver of residency requirements.
And who gave that second?
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Thank you.
Actually, it was Counselor
Holloway.
Holloway.
Councilor Holloway. Councilor Randolph?
Thank you. For the benefit of those in the audience tonight and who will watch this, it will come to no surprises. My fellow counselors will know that I will vote no to this amendment to change the ordinance so that we can choose and pick who lives here and who doesn't through our city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. Because as a counselor, I polled a majority of my constituents that live in Ward 1, and they overwhelmingly said that they felt that these people should live in town, and so that is how I'll vote tonight.
Okay, Councilor Parton?
Counselor Dent was before me.
I've got a question in regards to the motion. In our packet, we have that the city council may waive or provision of requirement of this ordinance. City council may grant such waiver by ordinance, resolution, motion, or contract. Now, is that, all of that in this motion?
The motion is to approve the amended ordinance, and this is the amended ordinance, so it'll be this document.
Okay, because I have a problem with the word contract. I just want to make sure that that is not part.
It is, this is, and then I'll ask the city attorney for correction if I'm incorrect. but the motion on the floor is to adopt the amended ordinance. The amended ordinance is the document that you're looking at, which means the verbiage in red where it says ordinance, resolution, motion, or contract is in the amendment. And for your-
Then I would like to make an amendment to that motion.
So you're requesting council to allow you to make an amendment. So, we can ask for clarity, or we can just vote on your request to make an amendment.
No, I can tell
Okay.
you, I'm very open. I feel like that, I have no problem with waiving the ordinance or resolution, but I do have a problem with contract. We as a council have responsibilities for ordinances and resolutions, and we do it here in council. When you say contract, we sometimes refer to an employment contract, and that is more personal, private, and our constituents don't know. And this has been an issue that we have discussed on various occasions about the residency, and I feel like my constituents would like to know when we are waivering that requirement to live in the city. And I like to be very upfront about it, rather than do it by contract and nobody knows.
So, are
So
you?
I like to make them, what I would want it to do was to amend it to take out the word contract.
Okay, so there is a request on the floor for Counselor Denton to be able to make an amendment, and you guys have the clarity. So the first vote will be to allow her to make an amendment. If that passes, we will be voting on the amendment that she's talking about. Roll call, please, to allow her to be able to make an amendment.
I'm sorry, I'm
Amendment
always
contract.
confused by this weirdness.
No, is there a second? I'm sorry.
That's what I was gonna ask, 'cause
Second.
I didn't have one on there. So you seconded?
Yeah, Counselor
Thank you.
Randolph.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes,
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Okay, Counselor Denton.
okay. My motion is the city council waive the requirements of this ordinance by granting of such a waiver by ordinance or resolution. Period.
Okay, so
So can I,
I'm
can I
taking out the
restate,
word
can I,
contract.
can I restate your motion for you to make it just
Okay,
clear?
that's fine.
Request to approve an ordinance amending section 2-4 of Hopewell City Code to provide for a waiver of Red Sea requirements. And in the amended ordinance, the change would be to strike the word motion and contract.
That word contract, that's the only thing.
just contract?
Just contract, okay.
Just that word.
Just contract.
Just contract,
Okay, so her motion is actually to amend the ordinance to remove the word contract. So she's amending the ordinance
but we never
itself.
adopt, yeah, this whole motion is to amend the ordinance, and so
The whole
she's,
motion
she's-
is to approve this ordinance.
Right.
And then we'll go back down to the.
her motion is to approve the amended ordinance, and all she's asking for is to say this is the ordinance minus the word contract. So
Okay.
with the motion is still fine, because this is not an approved ordinance yet. So the motion is sufficient to say you're approving the amended ordinance minus the word contract.
Okay.
Correct, Madam Attorney?
Question?
Has that been seconded first?
No.
Second.
Yes.
Madam City Attorney, by deleting that word, person is already in a contract, would that, how would that affect that particular contract?
Well, the ordinance is prospective in its effect, so it won't deal with any existing contract at all. It will be in the future, you would be able to enter into an agreement where that provision was waived. But it's future in its effect, not retroactive.
But, and also, if we left the word in contract, whenever we hire someone with the contract, we always have to come out publicly and announce that contract anyway, don't we?
It has to be approved in public, yes, ma'am.
Yes, so, I mean, the contract is always approved in public.
But we don't go through that contract. We don't go, in public, we do not read the contract.
Yeah, but the most important thing that we do is they wanna know what's the cost of the contract, salary-wise or fringe benefits or whatever. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Counselor Randolph?
I think what Ms. Denton is wanting to do is giving the citizens in an employment contract, they would not normally know whether or not that person has had the waiver applied to them to allow them to live here. That would have to come through and out to the public. That's what she's wanting. So that the employment contract, we could do what we wanted to, we just have to announce that for the waiver or non-waiver, right? Ms. Denton?
No,
Counselor Parton?
Very similar to Councilor Randolph. Most people probably know me and my stance on, the residency requirement. I'm a firm believer that the city manager, the city attorney, the city clerk, and, the city leadership should have to live in the city of Hopewell, and that there should be a residency requirement. I think what this does is it sets a good example that, you're a leader of the city, you're making decisions on behalf of the city, and you live here, you have a deeper and more vested interest as opposed to it just being an occupation and a profession. I'm not trying to say that these individuals don't do a good job, but I personally feel that you have a deeper commitment to the city when you're lived here and you're more vested. And again, I voted this way at the beginning of this year, and my vote still hasn't changed to this date.
Thank you. Any other discussion? There's no lights for a walkway. Counselor Collins?
Yeah, and unlike him, for 15 years, I too believe that persons should live in the city. If they were vested in the city, they would do more, whatever. However, in the case of, there's always an exception to the rule, and I think in our position that the reason this has come up is the person that's in the position as city attorney has proven that she's just the best I've seen in 15 years. She always answers based on the statutes of Virginia, never wavered, regardless of how many beams counted 4-3 or 5-2 or 7-0. And that's what I had asked every attorney to do for 15 years. But somehow, most of them got in the political situation and I would say just stretched the law. So I feel confident that even though she's not a resident, she's vested in our community by the work that she performed, the work that hours that she work and stay, and the advice that she continues to give this council. So my vote would be yes.
There are no lights right now for discussion, so I'll interject and make a point of clarity, and then we can move on. I can support the change that Counselor Denton is suggesting, so we can proceed with the rest of the agenda. But for clarity, the contract, when we do vote for it, is in our agenda packet. So if people were to look at the agenda packet, they will see the contract and they will be able to read it. That's how it should be when we're doing it. So theoretically speaking, it would be public knowledge for people if they did look at the packet. However, again, I have no objection supporting this. After we vote on this, we do have the motion on the floor to actually do what Counselor Plum has made a motion, is to actually waive it for our current city attorney. So this would be for future attorneys, and we do have a motion on the floor that is for our current attorney. So if anyone doesn't have any other objections, can we proceed with the roll call on this issue? Does anyone need clarity what I just said? We can vote on the changes that Counselor Denton requesting, and then Counselor Pelham does have a motion on the floor to waive it for the city attorney right now.
But this is not only for the city attorney, this is for all the appointees.
Correct.
This isn't,
Okay, yeah, you with me?
yeah, I got
Okay.
it.
I don't have a motion for Council Pelham.
Her motion was, okay, that's
This
right.
was a comment.
Well, then you have to make it in. Sorry, I thought you made it.
No, I don't think she,
I thought she did, I'm sorry. So,
of course, you were doing what was in there.
roll call, please.
So wait, excuse me,
Your motion is being
my
voted on right
motion's
now.
first?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So before we move on,
I just want,
the contract. The contract has to be set in front of the members in an open meeting,
For future people, yes,
only for future.
yes. That's how it's supposed to be, but yes, for this would, we don't her new contract.
Okay.
Yeah. Roll call, please.
Excuse me. Vice Mayor Bennett?
No.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parton?
No.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
yes,
Counselor Pelham?
No.
Motion still passes, correct? Thank you. Counselor Pelham.
I have to make a motion to waive the residency requirements for the, position of, city attorney. Our current city attorney.
Motion on the floor is to waive the resident requirement for our current city attorney. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded.
point of order,
Yes, ma'am.
is that on our agenda that we're doing?
That was the point of this discussion that we planned for at our last meeting, was to take action on that. We discussed it in closed session, and this was the result to put it on the agenda to take action on it at this meeting. And that was at our last council meeting, we talked about that.
You can vote no either way.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? And no lights, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
No.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parton?
No.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
No,
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Motion passes. Moving on to unfinished business, UB1 is now our 10 innovation competition. As I said, when we were changing the agenda, I would like to table that and move it to a January or February agenda. I'll let the clerk know, but I'm tabling it. UB2 is the R11. Again, I will table that as I promised at the beginning of the agenda. I'll put it on a future agenda, January or February if time permits. UB3, approve the contract to purchase 2009 Fern Street for cemetery expansion. Mr. Dane, and please keep it, we already know the issue, so if you can.
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of council, we brought the contract back as requested and negotiated at the rate that we had spoken about in closed session. We're asking for the purchase of 2009 Fern Street for future expansion of the cemetery. The 1 acre that we'll eventually get when we acquire the remaining properties there will provide 1,250 total graves estimate compared to the roughly 0 we have currently available. So we're trying to expand for future use of the cemetery. So we would ask for your approval of the request for $96,000. I would note that almost $5,000 could possibly come back if you look at the item, and rent back. We'll be renting it back, the facility or the house back to the current owner for up to 6 months while they transition to another property. So we'll be recovering close to 5,000 of those dollars.
Thank you, Counselor Pelham.
Can I make a motion?
Yep.
I'd like to make the motion that the seller leases property for the 6 months that he needed and then bring it back to us with the final deal to purchase it.
That, Ms. Pelham, with all due respect, he can't buy that other property that he needs to renovate to move to unless he sells his property. He's renting from us because when he gets the sale done on this property, he's buying a house across the street. He's gonna renovate that. It's gonna take him a couple months to do that. Then he will move, and that's how he
Yeah,
vacates
he
the
can
house.
renovate while he's living in it, right?
No, because he can't buy it until he sells his house and gets the money to buy it.
Well, that's Why would we
What?
take the motion back, but I withdraw the motion, but I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would the contract was 91.9 when you left here?
Yes,
Now
ma'am.
you took it back up.
Technically speaking, I'm sorry,
Tim?
the motion has been for properly moved and seconded. In order to
Oh,
have
was,
discussion,
okay.
you were supposed to make a motion and you didn't. Would anyone like to make a motion so we can have a second, possibly have
Yeah.
discussion?
I make a motion that we disapprove as written.
We can't do a negative motion.
Okay, well,
Can I make it?
Go ahead, Counselor Denton.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the sale of of the property at 603 North 21st Avenue. No, wait a minute. 2009 Fern Street for cemetery expansion.
Second.
Motion is to approve the contract to purchase 2009 Fern Street for cemetery expansion. Would you be fine with adding the sale, the exact cost
At
of
91.9.
the 919? Would you be fine with that with your second?
At the sale was 91,000.
But we also had to include the closing costs, remember?
no, no,
When we were here last time,
We
Ms.
did
Pelham,
not.
y'all asked me to negotiate the closing
No,
costs back
we
down.
did
We
not.
did that.
One second.
Yes.
What is the cost, we have to add the
Total.
5,000, correct?
We had added $4,500 to be safe, but actually, we now have firm numbers, and the amount will be less than 94,250. So, if you wanted to just allow 94,250 for the purchase, that would be enough. And like I said, up to 4,800, that would be coming back in rent.
no.
So, Counselor Denton, for your motion, are you fine with saying 94,250?
No.
I thought I read where they were going to pay all of that,
Yeah.
that
That's
the
what we talked
sellers
about.
were
That's what we
going
said.
to pay. Did I not read that right?
No, ma'am.
Yes, you did.
If you remember in the original proposal, they had us paying about $5,400, I believe, in closing costs. Y'all asked me to go back and negotiate that we were willing to pay the cost to do the title search and all, and we would pay half the realtor fees, not all of it as requested. That's where we got to this number.
No.
All right, wait a minute. I'm reading from the contract itself. And it says the seller to be responsible for grantor's tax, deed preparation, closing fee, and any loan payoff at SunTrust, release fee, and proration of payment of the real estate taxes. So the seller was gonna pay for all that, which would leave us with our portion.
If you look at section 23, the additional terms, which the attorney has reviewed and worked with us on this document, that's where the amount is that I just spoke of.
That's what I was reading from.
Section 23, realtor fee of $2297.50 to be paid by purchaser.
But why would we pay the
Just for point of clarification, I'm still trying to get a motion on the floor. We can change the motion, we can do whatever. But is the motion on the floor for right now until we get the answer from the city attorney
There's a
94?
motion on the floor, and it has been
Second,
seconded.
no, but I'm saying, I'm asking about the cost and she was trying.
Okay,
So
all
is she
right,
fine
I
with
see
that?
what you're saying. You're saying that the purchaser's gonna pay.
No, that's us. No.
Counselor Denton, while they look for
Motion
the
on the
number,
floor
can we
has
say
the
is to
amount.
approve it
Right.
with the amount as 94,250 until we get clarification?
Well,
Or if not, then we can just do the motion as is. It's fine.
I withdraw my motion because I'm not sure.
I would like to make a
I-
motion to.
I read the contract and I didn't read this, so.
I would like to make the motion.
Okay, Counselor
I would like to make the motion.
Randolph had her light
I'm
on
sorry.
next, I'm sorry.
Charlie, how much do y'all sell graves for?
We're waiting for a motion.
$600.
Motion,
Oh,
people.
sorry.
I thought you all.
I'd like to make
No,
the
she took
motion.
it back.
I'll make a motion to buy the property at what we discussed last time at 91,900.
There's a motion on the floor to approve the contract and purchase 2009 Fern Street for cemetery expansion at a cost of $91,900. Is there a second?
Second,
Thank you very much. Now discussion, Counselor Randolph.
thank you. Charlie, at $600 times you guesstimate that there's 1,250 more graves that can be put in that spot?
On the acreage,
On the acreage
including
that
the
we-
other houses.
Right,
Yes, yes,
that
ma'am.
we're
we still have to purchase those other houses?
one remaining.
Okay,
the-
and, even if we purchased it for a like amount, that would add up to about 185,000, and 1,250 graves times 600 is $750,000 we
Yes, ma'am.
stand to make for the cemetery, so,
We're not making that much.
well, that's what 1,250 is times 600.
When they
And
go up to
we're
the
not making-
750.
Council Randolph has the floor.
We're not gonna go into that here. I'm just pointing out that that's in the cost analysis that we must consider when we're looking at what we're expending and what we're gonna be bringing in, and part of this deal, okay?
Money making deal.
I'm through.
Okay, before I call on the next person, Ms. Robinson, do you have any feedback about what we agreed to last time at the council meeting in terms of who is paying what? Because I remember we did have a lengthy conversation, and we did say we weren't paying for a lot of different things.
Right, when we were before the council before, the understanding, or my understanding leaving the meeting, was that we were going to try to have the cost and the fees apportioned as they are traditionally apportioned between the seller and the purchaser for a sale, which I understood would be that the seller would cover the realtor costs. And
Well,
that
I
was
can't hear your
that was a
last comment.
discussion that we've had, but I've indicated to Mr. Dane that that goes to the deal ultimately, and so I can approve to the form if the council agrees to move the number.
Did you guys hear her?
No.
They couldn't hear you.
Did you?
Do you need me to
I didn't. She didn't hear you either.
Okay, so, when we were before the council the last time, the understanding leaving the meeting was that we were to go back to the seller to, make sure that the purchase price, reflected, the correct apportionment between the seller and the purchaser. In other words, that the fees, the realtor fees and all of the closing costs would be apportioned as they are traditionally apportioned in a transaction like this. The upshot of that was that the seller would cover all the realtor costs because that is normally what happens. That has come up in the course of trying to address this again with the seller. We were presented this revision in response to that request, I believe. So I've simply, told Mr. Dane that this ultimately goes to the deal. The city attorney can approve it to form, provided the city council agrees to how the deal has come back.
Ms. Gore, may I add something? As I stood here a month or so ago, when we had this discussion, I wrote down 3 bullets. I don't have them in front of me, but I have them in the office. I wrote down 3 bullets. 1, strike section 23, which had all the complicated language. 2, go back to the price, because he asked for 101 whatever last time. Go back to the assessed value of last year, the 91.9. And 3 was to take the proportion cost. We would cover the title things that we would do in-house anyway, and we would split the realtor fees. That was the 3 things I wrote down right here and verified with y'all when I left. When I called the realtor the next day, that's exactly what I told him. That's exactly what he submitted back to us. So if you want to change that, that's fine. I can call them tomorrow and tell them whatever. But that's what y'all asked me last time to get, and that's exactly what you see before you in the contract.
Thank you. Counselor Plum, do you still have your light on, or was that a mistake?
Well, no, does anyone else remember us splitting the fee? Because I don't.
That's what we talked about.
We sat here for 20 minutes trying to do the math
Ask a
on it.
question.
Yeah.
So
Trying to figure out what it
Not
was.
asking you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So this fee is $2,297? It was,
The closing fees total $2,297.50.
so why are we paying the whole thing?
That's our portion of it. They're eating the rest. The closing fees, when this was presented last time, was over $5,000. We're paying $2297.50 is what the half was. And last time we didn't have the option of them renting it back for 6 months, so we're actually gonna generate some revenue back that will offset some of this.
So, I amend my motion to include the 94,197, since y'all remember it, I surely don't.
What is your number?
94,197. That's just part of the fee.
50,
That's fine,
I know.
and 50 cents.
yes, 50.
Please give him his 50 cent.
94,197.50.
Yep.
I forgot who seconded that motion.
Nobody problem.
I thought you did.
No, I
Counselor
didn't.
Randolph did.
I will, I did.
So you accept that friendly? Okay, thank you very much. So we keep on checking along. Is there any other discussion? There are no lights, just for reiteration, we also said at that meeting, moving forward, all these deals would go through the city attorney and we wouldn't pay for anything. So it's on record that we're saying it again, so we don't have to revisit this. Thank you very much for the numbers. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parkin?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
No.
Okay, moving on to you before.
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, in October, I came before you and asked for a 60-day extension to the Bowman, W. Bowman Francisco Landing Development Project in downtown. I missed the date by about 2 weeks. The IRS regulations continue to change on the Opportunity Zone funding, and in order to realize the benefit of the Opportunity Zone tax benefits, the Bowmans have contacted us, and they are closing on the property that they had to sell in order to do the Opportunity Zone. They're closing on that shortly in the next day or two, but they could not close on this property until after the first of the year. So we're asking for just a 30-day extension to that, and they would need to close sometime in the month of January for this deal to move forward. Mr. Ed Bowman is here to share just a little bit of information with you.
Thank y'all. As you know, the Opportunity Zone Fund is very attractive to help developers take capital gains from one project and then invest it in another. That's what we're doing with this. We're creating 3 Opportunity Zone Funds, 2 for the acquisition and then 1 for the business. The capital gain will be realized this Friday and then be rolled into those funds, and then it can be distributed and closed on for the acquisition of the Francisco Landing project. We've been also, I can give you an update on the progress we've made. We have bi-weekly meetings with the architect, civil engineers, and the landscape architects. We've been having that for several months now. We're making great progress. Survey has been complete. Program of the buildings is laid out, and next week we look forward to getting all the elevations for the exteriors. So we're excited about the project, but obviously to perfect all the IRS regulations around opportunity zones. The only day we could close is December 31st, and that just doesn't give any room for error. So that's why we're here asking for this extension.
Thank you. Counselor Randolph?
You are absolutely 100% closing in January.
Yes.
And your delay in closing is not getting any pushback from your financing?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No. We've got a large game that's being rolled into this project.
Okay,
So
thanks.
we're putting a lot of money into it.
Yep.
Yes.
Any other counselor comments or questions? There's no lights right now. Counselor Parton?
So when do you guys plan on, since, we're having to push this back probably for, I think, the 3rd time now, when do y'all actually plan on breaking ground?
According to the contract, we're supposed to break ground on February 28th.
Okay.
So
Any other questions?
Is there a motion yet?
Not yet?
No, I got you guys last time, you got me this time, okay. Is there a motion on the floor?
I'd like to make a motion to allow W.E. Bowman on the Francisco Landing Development to postpone closing date to sometime, or by no later than January 31st, 2020.
Second.
Should be any more discussion? Madam Clerk, do you have the motion?
Allow W.E. Bowman to postpone the closing date no later than December 31st,
January
31st,
31st, 2020.
I was so not close.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Pardon?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Thank you, motion
Thank you
passes.
very
Thank
much.
you.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to UB5.
UB5 is the warming shelter contract. At a previous meeting, we brought forward some information on potential contract issues or processes. The city attorney worked with staff and also with the city of Richmond to determine that the contract that the city of Richmond held was one that we could connect to through cooperative language and assign the contract to us. The previously approved $93,000 funding is more than sufficient because we started 2 to 3 weeks late. So there'll be fewer nights of the operation involved, and so we're not paying the lump sum of what the contract was. It's broken out on a per night basis. So there will be savings above the $93,000 you already allocated. We are only asking you for permission for the city attorney for the city manager to sign the contract documents and move forward.
Okay, is there a motion on the floor to ratify the contract of the operation of the warmer shelter and to give the city manager authority to sign and execute the contract?
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Counselor
So
Pelham?
what's the daily rate?
$775 a day.
Okay.
Yeah,
And,
that's correct.
and they will only have one person per night on? Is that what I
They will
read?
have 2 people through the start of the operation each evening. They'll have 1 paid person, and they hope to have a few volunteers as well. They're working on churches and things to help volunteer just as secondary people. But they will have 2 people there at the start of the shift each day. 1 person is actually the year-round employee to manage the facility on all the other side of the operation as well, as we discussed previously.
So it's a one paid person or 2 paid persons starting off and that person will leave at some point during the night?
One of the paid person is there earlier in the day to get the facility ready and also to manage the other side of the operation. And they stay there through the opening of the shift, and then they'll transition out at some point once the clients are resting for the evening.
And
We
will
have
it-
lights out at 10 o'clock on the shelter.
And I think I read in here 24 hours, 7 days a week, correct? Or is it conditioned on the weather?
It's 12 hours a day, 7 days a week,
I mean,
and then in inclement weather, we may open during the daytime, if like in heavy snows or bad storms or whatever.
Thank you.
Counselor Randolph?
I too was a little taken aback when I read the contract about 1 employee. There's nothing in this contract that says 2 people are on board, so I'm not sure how we could hold them accountable for that if the contract doesn't say that.
We're writing we've written the operational, in fact, we're meeting with them Monday to finalize all that. But as y'all told us, y'all want an operational plan, y'all want to ultimately see it. We're working on that as we speak. We'll bring that back to you. They're complying with our request on all that. We're getting it in writing over the course of the next week or 2, and you'll see it very soon. We couldn't alter the contract, it was Richmond's contract.
I understand that.
The pricing that we have is actually less than Richmond's paying, because they're honoring the price they've given
understand
us. They're also honoring the operational conditions that we've asked for.
Yes, sir, and I understand that. And while I'm all for this shelter, I'm still concerned that for 12 hours, we've got 1 person that is managing a facility. And right now, while the volume is low, that's not gonna be the case when we get into inclement weather, and how 1 person is gonna handle all the duties needed to not only intake people, but to manage them if there's any kind of problems, or somebody that wants to come in that doesn't meet the requirements to come in, then has to have the police or somebody called on them. To me, I'm concerned. So I understand that there's volunteers potentially coming, but we have no commitment for that. And that this cost is, the $93,000, which does end up being $775 a day.
It's less than that.
What?
Can I Can I
Anyway,
address one of those
I just wanna,
concerns?
no, because I'm not gonna expect any response from you, but, I would like follow-up on volunteers and.
Well, I want to clarify one thing, though. At
Okay.
the start of the shift where you would most likely have trouble turning somebody away, there are two people there. Once they're locked down at 10, we don't let people in the middle of the night unless they're brought in by police or sheriff. And then we have their presence there as well. We don't keep the shelter open all night for people to come and go, but it's shut down and people can't enter, so the atmosphere is controlled and safer.
Okay, I'd still like to be updated what
We
you
will.
all work out
We'll
with
bring
that
you-
operational plan.
We will bring the operational
I
plan
will
to
say
you.
to the rest of council today, with the aid of Mr. Dane, I put out on Facebook, due to a lot of questions, what people could contribute. Socks, hygiene items, things like that. They will not be taking clothes, but, we put out a list. I did put out a list just to say, hey, here are some things that you can donate if you'd like to, water bottles, chips, whatever. So I wanted to give council a heads up on
And
that.
Catholic Charities is working on a list as well, and we may get that in our meeting Monday, and we will post it on the website once we have it. But they're working on a list of good items to bring in for them.
We put on there, I put on the Facebook that a phone number and other things will be distributed by the city and a finalized, more formal list. This was just quick to answer some people's questions that they had.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you.
For that help.
Well, thank you for posting.
Just a point of clarity, I see 3 lights. I see Denton, Pelham, and Ms. Holloway. Before I call on someone who hasn't spoken, since this is urgent, we have been talking about this for several meetings. Should it be safe to say that, again, in January, that we make sure this is on there to talk about this operational plan, or at least February?
Well, we hope to have it to you in one of the 2
But
January
we need-
meetings.
Yeah, but we
Yeah.
need
Yeah.
to talk about it. Is that fair for council, before we move on?
Yeah, if we get this we're gonna vote on it tonight?
Correct, I'm just saying, we keep talking about the operational plan, the
Right,
element that's
right.
missing. Is it fair to say that in January, February, we need to talk about that again? Okay, the clerk is making a note. There's 4 lights on, Vice Mayor Bennett, Denton, Holloway, and Pelham. Pelham has already spoken, so I'm gonna call on Ms. Holloway, Counselor Holloway, Counselor Denton, and then Vice Mayor Bennett.
Mr. Dane, what's the capacity, the maximum
Then Ms.
capacity of the clients?
We have over 25 beds, but the capacity is far greater than that. We can use roll-out mattresses in some other spaces. We believe we can, the fire marshal's capacity was 59, but we would never put that many in there. We believe probably in the 40 range is probably our maximum, somewhere around 40, 45 at the most.
Thank you.
Now, I would remind you that just from earlier presentations, if you don't remember, the most we've ever had in the 4+ years of a shelter, the most we've ever had on one given night is 22 people. So we should have more than enough capacity.
Thank you.
Counselor Denton?
If we pass this tonight, when would you expect it to be open?
They're already open, ma'am.
They're open?
Yeah, if you remember the email a week or so ago, we had met all the, met all the steps that y'all had asked us to take. We informed you that we were going to go ahead and start the process, and we would be bringing the contract to you for ratification at your next meeting, and we're here.
Good, okay,
Yeah.
thank you,
We've been open about a week and a half now.
thank you.
Next person is. Do you wanna go before you wanna go? Counselor Pelham?
Yes. Would it be too much that we mandate that 2 people stay, if they're making less than $775 a day, because the new contract price is $88,000, right? Not 91, correct? I read that in
I
somewhere.
haven't done the math. It's a
Whatever it
few-
is.
Yeah, it's a little less.
And is this person they gonna have on board a mental health person or just a minimum wage person?
It's not minimum wage. They do train these people to look for certain things, and they do offer advice on where services may be, but they're not licensed or clinicians, licensed counselors or clinicians.
Well, I mean, is it, so, if they making that much a day, is it unlikely for us, we can't mandate that they keep two people all night?
They would be happy to, and they would charge us more.
No,
The two people are working full shifts,
That's not a year.
one of them is working part day and into the evening. The other starts in the evening and works all night. So they have an overlap, but we have two people working full-time, in the operation.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
When does the contract end for the shelter?
March
It's,
31st.
it's that, we are operating we intend to keep the shelter open through March 15th, but we'll then open beyond that. If we have inclement weather days, we may open here or there. The contract is good through the end of the year. What our intent is to, by the time the next season opens, which will be November, to have gone through an RFP process for a long-term contract of our own. This was a tag-on contract in order to get this place open. We will go through a whole process with y'all and be able to vet this whole thing as we do an RFP for future services for starting next season.
Okay, so I understand the contract's in place until through March 15th, and then moving forward, I have to partially agree with Counselor Randolph in reference to having a plan. We have a plan for the homeless in a homeless shelter for the cooling and the warming. However, we are gonna start seeing an influx because we are the only warming and cooling shelter within the Tri-Cities, I believe. So I just wanted to make sure that not only do we have a plan for that moving forward in the next contract, we also have a plan for the residents and those that are already living here as well. So I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, it does.
Because of of course, we have to think about if we are the only shelter, we will have many coming this way. And that's perfectly okay, but we really have to think about security as far as the police. Are we going to increase our police force? I mean, there's so many things to think about that all work together so that we can be in an agreement and we can work as a city as a whole.
I understand your concern. A couple of points. First of all, we were the only shelter in the region last year and the year before last as well. They
Okay.
closed the Petersburg shelter 2 years ago. Secondly, we do monitor that, and the police do work with us already. They come by and patrol the location several times during the night. It's on one of their targeted patrol lists. And generally, they'll also, sometime between 8 and 10, when we're intaking the clients and all, they'll actually stop and come in just to check everything out, make sure everybody's all right. And so they do have a presence there. But I don't think we're gonna see a tremendous influx. But one problem is that by the very virtue of the fact that they're homeless, we can't really identify them as, well, they're from Petersburg, or they're from
There's no
nowhere, they have no
identity.
home, you know?
But also, we also talked about having an area where there's actual services, resources.
We have that in that
So,
building on
and
the
that's in
other
the building
side.
right now
And
as
District
well.
19 will be working with us on some of this. Some of these clients have alcohol or drug addiction issues that District 19 may be able to help with. We're looking at the workforce program coming and having a presence there at least some days during the week. We're trying to work on that side of it now that we got the shelter started.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
One second, Counselor Holloway had her light back on.
It's already been addressed. I was gonna refer to District 19.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
There are no other lights. Madam Clerk, can you repeat the motion on the floor, please?
To ratify the contract for the operation of the warming shelter and to authorize the city manager to sign the contract.
Sign and execute. Sign and execute the contract?
That's the same
Let me
thing.
see, did you have that in there?
I just have signed, because sign and execute's the same word.
The motion was to sign and execute.
Got it.
Okay. And it was properly moved and seconded, so now we're gonna do roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Counselor Randolph?
Yes.
Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
Counselor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on now to communications from citizens. We have a number of people that were signed up. As I call the first person down, please say your name and,
Brenda, what happened
wait,
to?
pause, what am I missing? Oh, I'm sorry, ad hoc committee. So yeah, the next item is the creation of Ashford Kent ad hoc committee. That was my request. I'm gonna table that, and so we can get to other business of the city. My only ask would be, because this has been pending for quite some time, is that Mr. Bragg can go ahead and contact the Twinning Association and get some recommended names, if that's fine with council. Then table it to a subsequent meeting. Okay, thank you for that. Communication from citizens. Madam Clerk, can you read the rules while Mr. Howard comes down?
A communications from citizens period limited in total time to 30 minutes is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on the regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only, and there shall be no discussions without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slander statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal of the majority of council.
Thank you very much. Name and name and ward, please.
Brandon Howard, Ward 5. Thank you, council. First, I'd like to ask people in the audience who support the Second Amendment, Sanctuary City, to please stand up so city council can see their constituents. I'd like to start off by saying the General Assembly of Virginia is passing laws, or are submitting bills to be passed by the newly elected General Assembly and signed by the governor that is going to suppress the rights of the citizens here in the city of Hopewell and around the Commonwealth. It is a citizen right to be, are guaranteed certain inalienable rights guaranteed by our Creator and granted to us by our Creator and guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States, and further guaranteed under the Article 1, Section 13 of the Virginia Constitution when it comes to the right to bear arms. And the right to bear arms is being limited and taken away from the citizens' right to protect themselves by the laws being put in and is suspected to be passed. We're asking the city council to put on the agenda for the January meeting a resolution to make the city of Hopewell a sanctuary city. We've been collecting petitions of signatures from around the city over the last few days, and we're going to continue through January. We already have hundreds of signatures asking city council to do this, and we're going to present those to you at the January meeting, because again, we ask that it gets put onto the agenda and that city council makes the city of Hopewell a sanctuary city. With all the gun violence and other violent crimes taking place in the city of Hopewell, this is absolutely not the time to strip the citizen of their right to keep and bear arms and defend themselves, their families, their neighbors. Thank you, city council. We would like you to consider this heavily and have it on the January agenda.
Thank you. The next person we have signed up is Mr. Tatum. Name and ward, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Councilman. I'm here again from representing some of the people at the community center in Hopewell. I came last year asking about the sauna for the men's section, and you said that you would give Johnny Parton my number, and we kept in communication, and we have not gone anywhere. It has a bunch of the men in the, that use the sauna. They use it for their health, as far as their it benefits the heart, It burns fat cells. It cleans and improves the skin. This is something that we signed up when we joined the community center to use, and now we don't have that. So there again, I'm requesting that we get a sauna in the men's room, restroom, whatever, locker room again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person we have on the agenda, I can't really read the last name. I think the first name is Eugene, and the last name begins with the R. Scribble. Okay, the next person on the agenda is Ed Hauser. Name and word, please.
Ed Hauser, Ward 1. My concern I'm coming with is about all these random shootings we're having here lately. All these shootings are within about a 5 to 6 block radius of my home. And the one that we had right on 15th at Cavalier Square, I thought it was a gunfight going on in my front yard. I was scared to open my front door and look. I have seen no increase in police presence in the neighborhood since. Everyone knows behind me, the apartments, I believe they're town square. We know Thomas Rolfe Court, the apartments over behind the VFW. We all know where this stuff is coming from, but nobody seems to look to them general areas to do anything. And I was just wondering what Hopewell has planned to try to protect the citizens.
Are you asking me a question as the mayor?
Well, I mean, if you can answer that question, because, you know, quite frankly, there's people in my neighborhood that don't want to come out the house anymore. You know, I mean, what's going to happen if I'm sitting on my front porch playing with my dog in the front yard or something, and these people are riding down the street and just decide to start shooting? We've already had one innocent death over this stuff.
So I asked for that for clarity because the rules say you can ask questions to the chair, so I can respond to you. We had a press conference on Friday last week to give an update to the citizens. If you were unable to view that, it's on our council live page, the stream, and it's also carried on news stations. We did have a meeting scheduled for the afternoon to begin having initial conversations regarding what the city's official plan was in action. For various reasons, we were unable to obtain a quorum for that meeting. A second meeting has been scheduled for Thursday of this week to address gun violence in the city. Earlier, I don't know if you were here for the entire meeting, I did ask the items that were on the original meeting if they would be carried over to the Thursday agenda. One, out of fairness, because they were called first, and then two, just to make sure we have everyone's ideas put on the agenda. Council Parton called their rescheduled meeting, so the agenda will be forthcoming as to what's going to be on it, but council will be meeting to discuss gun violence and our plan of action. And after we have that meeting, we will be releasing some information in regards to what our decision is for next steps. One thing that came out of the press conference from a citizen was to make sure that we revisit ShotSpotter, which is a program that triangulates when shots are fired. So I think it's 3 seconds or less, or 5 seconds or less is when the average response rate is. So we're gonna be talking about that at a later point in time. But I will tell you right now that council will be meeting this week to talk about our official plan and response. But we have several items that have already been put on the agenda prior to the meeting that we were unable to have in regards to shooting and crime. So hopefully we'll get to those pending items on the pending list and other requests too.
Because normally, you know, I mean, Friday and Saturday night, we sat at my house on the front porch at night and we hear shots all through the neighborhood and stuff. And I mean, it's an ongoing thing. But the problem we're having there is they've even got brave enough to start doing it in the daytime. And another thing I'd like to touch base on is what Mr. Howard was just talking about, is the 2A. You know, you can't limit the law-abiding citizens to how they can defend themselves. You know, you will give a law-abiding citizen something to contend with these people like this, they'll get killed. You know, you've got to be able to defend yourself. That's our given right to be able to do that. And I think Hopewell should seriously think about becoming a 2A for that cause. You know, it's not the law-abiding citizen you have to worry about.
Thank you very much. Yep.
Can I say something?
If I waive it, everyone has to say something, but we haven't gotten to regular business yet, and it's 9:30. Let's keep moving. Do you wanna?
I just wanna say.
Do you guys wanna waive it for Councilor Randall to make a comment, or do you wanna keep going?
Yeah, that's fine, I don't mind.
My comment's gonna be very short, but, I have already asked the clerk to add that to the agenda. I did that, earlier, later last week. Can't tell you what the vote will be, but we're going to address it as a council.
Okay. Charles Smith?
No.
Ms. Stokes?
My name, right? Yolanda Stokes, Ward 6.
Can you put a mic down? So,
You can hear me?
okay.
I was concerned about a posting on social media. It was screenshot to me, and I literally dropped my laptop reading it. There should be no way possible for a letter written to the city manager on personnel matters to make it to social media. Personnel matters is protected and it's private. And even if it was posted on my page, I would have deleted it because I would have respected the privacy of the employees of the city. I would hope that, and I don't know how council could even address it, but for that correspondence to hit social media, and it is a personnel matter, you can't even FOIA personnel. And it defined the employee's situation, position, or letter to the city manager about issues she was unhappy with, whether it was our mayor or any other supervisor or any other employee in the city. That was just really wrong. Mayor Gore, as a citizen, I apologize. I don't even know how that made social media. But it was screenshot to me and it was asked that I address that issue and that council somehow, some way pull that back. And if it's anybody that's responsible within the employment of the city, that you all take action against that because that was just wrong. And on the two-way situation, we'll address that next time from the Democratic Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna move on, and I'll just make a statement. I did pass the gavel. Thank you for your comments. Since it is a personnel matter, I haven't commented on it whatsoever, but no comment doesn't mean I agree with what was in the letter. I did submit my rebuttal to council, and it's where it needs to be, so thank you. Moving on to Mr. Charles Wilson. All right. Forgive me if I do not say the last name correctly. Bruce Ayala?
My name's Bruce Allen Ayala.
Oh, all right.
The double L is pronounced as a Y, Spanish. I'm here to speak about making Hopewell a Second Amendment sanctuary. My nephew was killed or murdered approximately 9 years ago in the area that earlier gentleman spoke about. He was going down to his car. Somebody walked up to him and shot him in the belly, and he died. So I do not own a gun. I have never owned a gun. I would like the privilege to be able to own a gun. The idea that you may take guns away from us would allow people to believe that my house is unarmed. I am fearful of identifying that I don't have a gun right now, because as long as people believe that there is guns in houses, they may go somewhere else. Please don't take our guns away from us.
Okay, last speaker, Ms. Shamika Lewis.
Can I take this down?
No, please leave it.
Okay. Well, I stand before, you Mayor Gore, Vice Mayor Bennett, and the city council and elected officials of City of Hopewell. I just have, a couple of things I wanna address. And I did write some down, and some I'm gonna speak from my heart, because that what I wrote down was from my heart, but just my mind been rambling a little bit, so I wanna start off saying about the last, past couple of weeks that unfortunately our city had to face with the recent gun violence and the uptick of things that have went on really quick. I will say this, the peace is a weekly, a monthly process, gradually changing opinions, slow eroding old barriers, quietly building new structures, once said by the late President John F. Kennedy. First and foremost, I give honor to God, to my late beloved mother, Lord James, and those that have lost their lives to a senseless death. I would like to thank my team, which is not present. One is Ruth Johnson, Administrator, Advisor, Deborah Calvin, Treasurer, Administrator, which is Prophetess Porter, Spiritual Leader, my Keeper, She Keep Me Straight Leader, Councilor Brenda Pelham, Advisor, my mentor that have helped me throughout my life. The City of Hopewell, elected officials, Hopewell School System, Hopewell Police Department, our very own Police Chief of Zell. I began this organization on the behalf of the love that I have for my community, seeing the vast changes that have taken place over the last 20 years. With our community being rippled with gun violence, I was raised with not hearing of people being gunned down in the broad daylight, to have seen someone that was just at 5 store or walking or riding down the street together to get a phone call from someone saying so-and-so got shot, or have 50-50 chance of making it, or have died. This is devastating to my heart and to the families. And I would say, I'm not gonna say the word, but I'll spell it, D-A-M-Y them, or just would be upset that it even happened. I speak profoundly about life because it's not a game in the streets. People look a certain way when you see them, but in the inside, they look different. Life goes like a vapor of air. It's that quick. And as a leader, a citizen, a team player, COC have asked the city since 2017, so it'll be 3 years coming up now, for support. And I am kind of disappointed because it turned on deaf ears, and I feel like that had y'all had listened to me, the ones who know that I had brought it forth, that some things could have been prevented. Life goes on, we only can address where we're at now. And I ask you to please allow me to be of support to everyone that's making decisions, because everybody sees things in different angles. The first thing I say, I keep constantly hearing about the criminals or the gunshots.
Ms.
We know.
Lewis,
Oh, we over the
time.
minute?
I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. But I'll talk with y'all later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? You can speak again. Do you want to speak? Okay, you can speak first, and then, Madam Clerk, we're supposed to have max of 30 minutes for this. What is our time? Are we been tracking it?
It's less than 30 minutes because it's 3 minutes a person, and nobody spoke for.
Okay, so we'll end with you, because we do have guests here from Richmond, and it's almost 10 o'clock, so we do need to get to that presentation. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and all of our illustrious city and citizens. I'm coming and speaking as a citizen of Ward 6, Joan Gosier, and I would just ask, there's a lot of information in the media about the Second Amendment sanctuary cities, but I would like the City Council to provide education to the citizens on the pros and the cons so that people aren't blindly in a frenzy that it means one thing when in actuality, when you read the bill, it may mean something else. Everyone's interpretation based on social media or staying within your closed circle may be different. And that would be a tragedy, that if people draw lines, that either you're pro or con against something means that you're a good person or a bad person. You're my friend or you're my enemy. That would be a tragedy to happen in a place like Hopewell. We've come a long way from the time that this city was established. Recall, this is only the second settlement in the history of the United States. Jamestown, original, being underwater right now. So we are the light and the origin of this country. So to simply have everyone frenzied up with a petition and deciding who's pro, who's right, who's wrong, who's against, it's not that black and white. There's a lot more to it than just what's being petitioned. So I would just ask the city council, seek out experts that are pro and that are con, and have a forum, a flyer, something to educate people on exactly what this is before it's ramrodded or ignored. Thank you.
Yes, my name's Bruce Allen Ayala, and one other thing. I mentioned that my nephew was murdered at approximately where he is. Now, I live in Ward 6, and the shooting of the firewoman the other day was only a block away from me. This is also, so gun violence is going around. I am familiar with it, and as far as I realize, I don't believe any of the people that have done any of these shootings, murdering my nephew or shooting the firewoman, were because it was a drive-by, were legally owning guns. They could not have been law-abiding citizens because they were doing a drive-by. So therefore, we are only talking about taking guns away from law-abiding citizens and keeping criminals armed. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to end communication from citizens, and just for a point of reference, council has nothing to do with gun laws right now. The issue right now is at the state and federal level. So just for a point of clarity, we don't have anything before us to take action on regarding gun laws. I don't want people to think that we're doing anything.
I understand this, but I still would like to.
Oh, yeah, but that wasn't to you. That was for everyone in the audience, to let them know that we don't have any legislation that we're challenging. So just for clarity.
I know that this goes on. I would like to be here often.
Okay. Before you leave, she's gonna be,
have it.
okay, never mind. She's gonna add you to the list. Okay? So,
I'll be able to speak a little clearer as I do.
oh, it's okay. Thank you for joining us. It's all right. Thank you for being here and staying. That's really good. Thank you. We're gonna move on now to regular business. We have R1, a presentation from Virginia Commonwealth University PMG Group, Performance Management Group, regarding the Performance Management Review Pilot.
It's already.
So what you want me to do?
Oh, she's gonna help you with that right now. We've already loaded it for you. Look at my beautiful son. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Moore.
Hey.
Good evening, Council. Vice Mayor, you're back. My name is James Burke. I'm the Director of the Performance Management Group at VCU's L. Douglas Wilder School. And we were invited to provide an initial performance review of 3 areas within the city of Hopewell. And we'd like to summarize briefly our findings. You all have the detailed report draft form, and that'll be finalized then before your next council meeting. So you will have that as a final version.
And good evening, thank you for having us here. I'm Linda Terrace, I also work at PMG at VCU in the Wilder School.
Every time you guys talk, excuse me, you have to talk into microphone, or else the guests watching on Council Live won't be able to hear you.
Okay. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Just good evening. My name's Linda Pierce. I also work at PMG in the L. Douglas Wilder School at VCU. So we'll just go through the summary and we can take questions as they come up, if you would. This is a summary. Hopefully you all have about the 50-page entire draft document, and there's a lot more information in that, but we just want to hit the highlights tonight.
And council, sorry, questions at the end of the presentation, because that's our new rule. So
Okay.
at the end, so they'll have to keep track of the questions, write them down, because you want you to get through the presentation, and then we'll get inundated with questions. I think someone called my name over here, to the right of me. When you call my name? Okay, all right, go ahead.
Very good. Just by way of introduction, we just focus on 3 departments: Fire and Rescue, Public Works, Recreation, and Parks. And we took a 4-pronged approach to this. We did a survey with the department employees, conducted interviews with the department leaders. We did focus groups with department employees and some extended focus groups, especially in Public Works, to suit their schedules. And we also did a review of the city's CAFRs from 2013 to 2017.
Thank you. Okay, regarding the survey, we did provide it electronically and also paper copies for those who didn't have easy or readily access to a computer to do it. But we did make sure that everybody only could get one or the other so that there weren't any duplicates in that. Had a great response rate. Overall, it was 83%. Public Works, 84% response rate. Fire and Rescue, 81%. Recreation and Parks, 79% response rate. So that's really exceptional. Of those who responded, 32% identified themselves as supervisors, 30% identified themselves as city residents, and 54% have worked for the city for 0 to 5 years.
And although this is only 3 departments, it does provide a review. It would be interesting to see how this was replicated or not around the city. But you have the majority of people here working 0 to 5 years. Then we see this drop around 6 to 10. This is replicated in other areas that you'll find, but it's a concern both at the state level and local levels. Are we losing people early on? They commit to public service for a little while. We've got this 11 to 20 year band, 27 people responded there, and 12 with 21 or more years of service to the city. So it's just something, just as an aside, this gives you background information, but the aside is like, is there something to be concerned about this drop, and is it replicated in other areas? And that's something certainly would be able to do probably just on one's own pretty easily.
Okay, one of the survey questions was how efficient are city operations? This will give you an overview of it. It's about, on a 6-point Likert scale, we came in at about 4.1, I think was actual in here. The numbers on the top are the total number that responded in that. So this is on overall on the efficiency of city operations. Another question asked how effective are city operations? So effective means how well are they actually doing the job that they are tasked to do? Again, out of a 6-point scale, it came in around 4, I think it was 4.4%. And again, these are overall. Now we had some questions about morale. Morale in your department is generally high. You can see the numbers. Fire and Rescue came in at 3.3 out of a total. Public Works came in at 2.5, and Recreation and Parks at 3.6. The yellow line is an average for all of them. So you can clearly see where they are in relationship to the average. Again, all of these there's more detail in the entire report, so this is just an overview.
And just by way of background, as you all know, we did the City of Richmond report for Mayor Stoney at the beginning of his administration, and we found similar issues within Public Works there as well. So this could be an issue in Public Works in general, looking at salary, looking at positions, status, et cetera. That's something to keep in mind. There were some specific issues that came up with Public Works that are, again, covered in detail in the report. Anytime you get people together for an organizational review, there's a tendency to move toward the negative, what's not happening, what's not going. We would like to highlight, though, some positives. Okay, I guess I timed out my 3 minutes.
Correct.
Okay, keep going.
It's not the first time. So fire and rescue staff noted the increases in staff levels as certainly a positive. Public works staff noted their schedules and pay time off benefits help them get work done and provide them with the rest that they need, is what they said. Recreation and park staff noted the technology the department uses, work logs, scheduling, website management, helps them to work more efficiently. And staff from all three departments generally stated that they enjoy their work for the city. We found a high level of commitment to public service and a valuing of their time in the city of Hopewell. So if they feel that their work is generally effective and efficient, that's usually a good thing. One thing to consider, this is just something to always read in light of results. Anytime I rate my performance, my score is going to be higher than how I rate the performance of others. So anytime you see people say, oh, we do a great job, let's get more of a 360 review of that. It is helpful. So I would just like you to consider that, not to diminish the positive, but to say that we all have a tendency to overrate our own effectiveness.
Okay, so some of the themes, and again, these are at a high level, so we do encourage you to go back and read the full report, and we'd be happy to address you again if you have additional questions that come out of that review. Fire and rescue staff, pretty excited about some of the changes that have been occurring there, but they would like a strategic plan so that they understand exactly where they're going with goals, timelines, things like that. Recruitment was an issue in all of the departments, and retention, that came up there too. There is a desire for more training and some differentiated training in between, like the medics only is a wonderful addition, they think, but looking at an overall training plan for all employees would be great. And of course, facilities is not surprisingly an issue. They had some good thoughts about what should happen when the new fire station is built. Public Works, they're looking mainly at a capital improvement plan for the equipment. There were a lot of comments about difficulty getting equipment, not having updated equipment, access to equipment. So they were really looking for some long-term planning for that. Recreation and parks, communication and collaboration was an issue that came up frequently within the department. They'd like to know more about what's going on. They'd like to have increased communication from council to their leadership and then driven down throughout the entire department and also among them. It's difficult with them because they're in so many different shifts and they're outside a lot. So it's always a challenge to have good communication in there. And then the CAFRs, which you've made tremendous progress on. People would like to see that continue and definitely gave credit for the progress that has been made.
So overall recommendations, and again, this is summary for the fourth or fifth time. Go to the manual for some more specifics on that, which are really important. Continue the collaboration efforts to complete each year's CAFRs on schedule. Certainly, we all know that adds greatly to the reputation of the city to complete those on time. Secondly, invest in the professional development of staff. We know money's very tight with that, and the leadership to increase their capabilities and foster deeper relationships within and between departments. Sometimes also, it was mentioned in terms of council, could benefit from that as well. We've done work with Richmond City Council a while back that you need your own leadership development time and coordination. It's very difficult to do that. We conducted a very public retreat, which is very awkward to do with council, but we somehow made it through by speaking very quietly. Continue any long-term planning efforts that include employee recruitment and capital investments, certainly retaining your employees, looking at that post-6-year gap, and are you losing valuable people? Is it costing the city money in terms of the recruitment? What can be done to stem any losses you might be having? And finally, expand current efforts to implement career ladders at all departments. The role here is to look at ladders and lattices, sort of a half-step development in the career ladder, so that people can look for opportunities to develop them, their career, to stay on, for minor bumps in pay, and also for increased status. Some organizations and cities do that to provide opportunities for, again, long-term retention and a chance that you can stay in the city and keep moving up. And we all appreciate the sense of status, a little bit of bump in pay, something like that that can be done. And also built into that, as we talked about above, would be, are there leadership opportunities and professional development opportunities that you could provide to people who are earning that and demonstrating a commitment to hard work? Contact information, and we now can answer any questions, Mayor Gore.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. The first person has a light on is Counselor Parton.
Can you go to slide number 8, please? Here where you mentioned that the average responses for the the morale in the department is generally high. I mean, 2.5 unless one is extremely high and 6, or is that just number of responses that came in, or?
No, that's the average. So Public Works had the lowest average, and there
Okay.
are several references to that in the report.
Okay, 'cause I was gonna say.
That's not
I was gonna say, yeah.
None of them are.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
not the folks that I've had conversations with. No, they are. I was gonna say, but okay, that makes some sense now.
Is that your only question for right now?
Yeah.
Anyone else have any questions or discussion? Okay, there are no other lights right now. I will ask you guys one question, and thank you for coming. The next, council has appropriated $160,000 to do all of our departments, to complete this assessment of City Hall, and it's been carried over to this year's budget. We talked to the city attorney, she said we have to do an RFP, so at some point we have to put the next RFP out to move on to the next step. What areas do you recommend would be the next ones that we should address in the RFP?
It is not unusual to have any operation that crosses all departments come under considerable opinions, so that would include things like finance and HR. We didn't hear as much about IT, some, but certainly those enterprise-wide operations would be great.
We'd also recommend, one of the things that we had discussed in the initial conversations was regarding the police department, and it was generally decided that it'd be best to let the new chief have time to conduct a review of his own, decide what was needed. Certainly that, since we did fire and rescue, we would recommend that whoever does the next one would include police. But, and one thing in terms of the overlapping services, we found this in our report with the city of Richmond as well. As Linda said, HR, finance, IT, purchasing, procurement, usually all run into heavy-duty fire. And sometimes it's deserved, sometimes it's not. So we would recommend to make sure that in whatever review you do, that we can kind of get, whoever does it could get underneath to find out lag times, for instance, response times, and some data as opposed to feelings. But that would be our recommendation, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions? And thank you for volunteering to come back again for in-depth conversation after people look over the report. Thank you for staying this late, and thank you for doing our pilot program for this. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's all hard work. R2.
R2?
I'm
No, R3, oh.
We're on R2. Counselor
Madam
Pelham.
Mayor, can I make a motion that we amend the agenda just to discuss R3, R6, and R7, and the closed session items for appointments? And forward all the rest of the stuff over to next time.
R3, R6.
R7, and our closed session
items.
votes.
Try to do that in 30 minutes versus trying.
You had R5 that you were going to vote on, that you talked about in closed session?
City manager said R3 and R.
Y'all did say y'all would vote on it.
Okay, and R5. Okay, so R3, R5, R6, R7, and our closed session items.
Oh, yeah.
To stay to complete those
So
4
not do
items.
R2, just skip over that and go right to R3?
Yeah.
So the motion on the
No,
floor
she
is to
said
stay
no.
to complete the items R3, R5, R6, R7, and our closed session items. Councilor Randolph, do you want to second that?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Did you call me?
Yes.
You did? I just must have said it. Thank you, sorry. So we're gonna skip the CAFRA update. City manager actually gave us the update via email, so we should be good to go on that. And if anyone has questions, to the city manager, please, when you respond, copy all the council so we can be updated. We're gonna move on to R3, FY20 VDOT revenue sharing program reimbursements. Mr. Butler.
Quick
Make it brief.
overview.
Good evening, glad you moved this up.
Quick overview.
All right. This is our annual, this is for the, and I'm reading right from the brief thing just so I can stay on script here, a little bit fatigued. But this is for our VDOT FY20 program, and we're already into it, and we've already doing projects where we be invoicing, we're gonna start getting some reimbursements. For the current year FY20, the city will receive reimbursement payments from the VDOT, for completing eligible projects under the terms and conditions of the current agreement between the city and VDOT. As in previous years, FY16, 17, 18, 19, the engineering department requests council authorization to approve the VDOT revenue sharing reimbursements to the city's capital improvement program, CIP, to advance the list of future identified projects that are approved now in the queue. Some are actually ongoing. And as we get these reimbursements in, we roll them into the capital improvement account, and they go to support that project and other projects, and it's how we keep the momentum going. But we have to get council's authorization each year to do that and to reinvest those revenues into the expense account that is the driving foursome for the projects. So I hope to get your approval on that. If you have any questions.
So that we understand, is
Motion.
the motion needs to be that they reinvest. Is that what you're looking for, Mr. Butler?
That is correct. When we
Okay.
get these, we actually budget for, in our projects, our, part of our pavement management program. I was gonna touch base on that earlier, but we moved that. But all of our neighborhood curb and gutter improvement projects, that are VDOT projects, we actually budget for receiving those refunds as part of the source fund. And that, in addition to what the capital improvement program is funded each year, is what makes it go. So we're reinvesting those reimbursements back into projects, both current and future projects.
Current or future what?
The current and future projects that we have in that capital improvement program.
Can I make a motion?
Okay,
When Councilor Parton has his light on first.
Okay.
okay.
I move that city council authorize to appropriate the VDOT revenue sharing program reimbursements to the city's capital improvement plan to advance the list of current and future identified projects approved in the VDOT revenue sharing program and pavement management program.
Second.
Discussion.
Roll
There are
call.
no lights. Roll call, please.
Roll call.
I heard
Give her a second, she's trying to finish that motion. It was lengthy.
it was lengthy. Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Mayor Gore.
You're
Yes.
up. Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We're gonna move on to R6. Nope, I'm sorry, R5. Approval. Approve the retention of funds from proceeds of property sold by the Hopewell Economic Development Authority. Counselor Pelham.
I'd like to make the motion that the Economic Development Authority will, keep the partial sale money from the Nathan Grove property to use it only for the upcoming audits for the next few years.
Second.
Motion on the floor is to approve the retention of funds from the proceeds of property sold by the Hopewell Economic Development Authority for it to only be used for audits for the next couple of years.
Accounting and audits. Accounting and audits.
Accounting and audits for the next couple of years.
Mr. Peddler talked about how they're gonna be the pass-through for what economic development.
I mean, that's just the right for the motion.
Okay.
Who seconded that?
It
Second.
was seconded by Council Parton.
Parton.
Oh, okay.
Any discussion? Council Pelham, you have your light on?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Council Randolph?
Yes.
Council Holloway?
Yes.
Council Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Council Denton?
Yes.
Council Pelham?
Yes.
Thank you. R6, request to appropriate revenue from surplus property auction.
I'd like to make a motion that the Hopewell surplus property auction monies go toward, revenue deposited into the Recreation and Parks Department's budget.
Second.
Motion, thank you. Motion on the floor is request, the revenue from the surplus property auction be redeposited back into the Hopewell Parks and Recreation budget. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? If there's no lights, roll call, please.
Is it actually redeposited?
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Council Randolph?
Yes.
Council Holloway?
Yes.
Council Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Council Denton?
Yes.
Council Pelham?
Yes.
I just repeated what she said. Moving on to R7.
That's dangerous.
City manager.
Yes, ma'am, Mayor, members of council. As you know, council began its discussion of a strategic plan update in the summer.
Can you speak in your mic?
This summer, is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Please,
thank you. And then from there, staff met at the beginning part of October to add some of the pieces of the action plan to the outline that council had put together in the strategic plan. So if you go through the slides here in the PowerPoint, just to kind of draw your attention to some items. There we go. Okay, so we made a change with regard to the public safety revised strategic goal.
Can you tell us the page number?
162.
Okay, thank you.
And then it's on your screen here also. So the council had developed the goal of providing a safe and secure environment to strengthen internal and external perceptions of the city by improving cross collaboration, strategic partner, and enhanced community relationships. We added to that when we did ours, provides a safe, secure, and protected environment. So we.
Excuse me, Mr. Altman.
Yes.
Can we go through it? So the first start with housing and all the.
Okay. All right, so council developed your goals. The first one with housing and ensure safe, decent, sanitary, high-quality, affordable housing options for renters and homeowners at all income levels and stages of life. Health and wellness, enhance resources and conditions that affect where residents live, learn, work, and play, that affect their mental, spiritual, and physical health outcomes and life expectancy. Infrastructure, improve the overall appearance, functionality, and perception of the city by providing, and we eliminated the word excellent and said high-quality public facilities, core services, and neighborhood investment. Now we just have the public safety one that I went through before. Economic development, fully implement an integrated economic development plan that yields equitable job opportunities for all Hopewell citizens, enhance our tax base, and increases internal and external foot traffic in all commercial areas of the city. Education and workforce development, strengthen the education system and workforce development, and we deleted the word pipeline and said, well, actually, that was something we talked about in our session, to change that word, pipeline, to promote higher graduation rates, enhanced learning opportunities, and a skilled workforce prepared for high-quality job opportunities. And the last is community and cultural development, enhance resources to support citizens from all walks of life with comprehensive community services, civic events, and opportunities for civic engagement, implement strategic plans and initiatives that promote equity in all policies and cross-collaboration between the city, service providers, and stakeholders. So that was the goals and objectives that council developed. And then we had a discussion during your report with council about cross-cutting implementation strategies. Those included establishing clear roles, accountabilities, and guidelines between council and the administration, establishment of key initiatives under each established strategic plan domain, implementing a branding marketing campaign to internal and external audiences, establish a data-driven decision-making and accountability process grounded in a citywide data dashboard, establish mechanisms to foster collaborative services and resources, community enhancement initiative, increase opportunities for civic engagement, enhance city-to-citizen communication channels, and adopt equity in all policies framework. The first strategic priority or initiative area was housing, and at your advance, the 2 sessions that we had, there was a great deal of discussion about how much of the housing stock we have is antiquated, not attractive to home buyers. Is this an obstacle to attracting new and middle and upper income households? So this was the, is our housing stock meeting the demands of the housing market question? In the past, there had been significant pushback to replace antiquated neighborhoods. Old workforce housing is primarily rental with a lot of transient renters. We have blight and landlord accountability is a challenge. Homeownership is inaccessible to people in different income levels. There was a credit worthiness issue that we discussed with regard to the need to have 30 to 35% of income max for housing. And there was a discussion for a comprehensive housing improvement plan that we had already done, and while it was dated, it could be relooked at and updated for today's content. And then from there, we all discussed priorities or initiatives, and those included the update and implementation of a comprehensive housing blueprint to address housing needs for all segments of the community, updated data of the current plan, working with the housing authority as a partner, use property maintenance inspection spotlight data to identify areas or opportunities, and develop a list of resources. 2, to strengthen policies to shift responsibility of paying wastewater fees to landlords from tenants. And that's something we've discussed here recently, knowing that we have on our wastewater fee, our fee side, the absence in collections, trying to work through to see what we could do to shift that responsibility. Require a business license to operate individual rental properties was an idea that was discussed. A rewrite of our current zoning ordinance to a form-based code. Rental inspection program revisions as a short-term goal. Renter rights advocacy. Plan for public housing to, 1, increase security and decentralize poverty. We also discussed a path to home ownership in public housing to partner with DSS. Concern about loss of benefits with regard to as people move forward, they lose benefits, and that becomes detrimental to the process of trying to get people on that path to home ownership. What can we do to offset that?
And it might be better for moving forward for all of these under each section, like for housing, just go straight to the action plan, because the action plan covers the topic and what you guys talked about. Okay.
So if we could hop to the action plan for housing. So we have to update and implement the comprehensive housing blueprint, which was review the existing housing plan. We need to identify and secure funding to do that, create a draft RFP, advertise, award that contract, and then complete the new housing plan. Strengthen policies to shift responsibility of paying wastewater, trash, and stormwater fees to landlords from tenants. So we need to conduct legal research to see if that's possible and how to do that, develop those policies and procedures from that point. Develop a prospective legislative amendments for General Assembly if it isn't currently available to us, then develop that as part of our legislative packet, and then once all that's approved, begin to implement that process. The discussion to require a business license to operate individual rental properties. Again, conducting legal research to see if we can actually require that of rental property owners. If we can, develop a policy. If we can't, again, develop proposed legislative amendments for the General Assembly, and then implement. Rewrite the current zoning ordinance to form-based code. Again, research form-based code, which I know the Department of Development's already started. Identify consultants that to assist the city with that. Draft an RFP, advertisement, award a contract. Somewhere in there should be, say, get funding to do this. Complete the zoning ordinance amendments and that transition, and then adopt and implement a form-based code. And really what we're looking at it's not citywide, more towards our development area in downtown. And Ms. Griffin has disappeared, so there's a little bit larger area identified in our comp plan for form-based code. Looking again at our rental inspection program that we currently have 2 areas in the city, City Point and Bee Village. Review the program, research other localities' programs, develop a presentation to council, which is actually in the back, and implement program revisions. Looking at renter rights advocacy, landlord-tenant council, public housing plan, looking at installation of cameras on public housing properties, and also based on when we went on our walk, additional probably lighting, and the disbursement of public housing units throughout mixed income development, or through mixed income development. And then looking at that, developing that path to home ownership, conduct a housing fair. Next slide. Next slide.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha.
Thanks, Tom.
Hey, we need to feed the mouse a little bit more frequently, I guess. Homesteading program for employees. There's been some discussion both here and I know at the schools about incentives to have our employees live in the community. So review existing programs that are out there that other communities employ, look at how we can develop our own program, develop down payment assistance and other incentives to potentially move that forward.
Excuse me, can one of the staff members click that has the control of this, out there?
What?
You don't have control of the screen, that monitor does, correct?
No, I didn't.
No, she
Oh, for him, because
It's just slow.
Oh, I thought you said
Yeah.
that you didn't
But
have it
it's
anymore. I thought you
taking
said they
forever.
had it out there.
Yeah.
No,
That's
no.
why I said we
Okay.
needed to feed the mouse to run the wheel faster.
Okay. I had my head down, sorry.
We need
I was
looking at
thinking-
first-time homebuyer programs citywide, research funding for programs through various banking institutions, develop a proposed program for city council review, submit the application to a funding partner and implement a program. And then we're looking at branding neighborhoods, and this was something that came out of our current citywide housing plan, that to identify and map all of our neighborhoods, assist civic associations with branding efforts, establish distinctive branding signs, and then implement a program. Health and wellness, we'll just jump to the action plan. So the first piece on the action plan is healthy food accessibility. Review the LFLP map for food deserts, which then do an economic development assessment of potential sites for stores, expand and implement a plan for local foods, local places, seek alternative options for targeted healthy food availability. The next item would be to expand and increase public awareness of healthy eating, active living, or HEAL, establish vision, goals, and structure of an initiative, develop marketing and branding plan, identify additional resources and partnerships, expand HEAL to include healthy eating education, not just access and awareness. Then we have improved accessibility and quality of equitable recreational opportunities, identify areas of improvement for accessibility to recreational opportunities, initiate discussions with the Resource Conservation District Council and the Virginia Environmental Endowment to inquire about additional resources for improving recreational equipment, parks, et cetera. Develop and expand the citywide trail plan, diversify outdoor fitness opportunities throughout the city, extend the Riverwalk to the marina, which we're getting ready to start on, and create a park master plan. And finally, improved access to behavioral health services, develop one-stop service center for behavioral health services, increase community awareness of Medicaid expansion, build a partnership with John Randolph Medical Center to increase community engagement. The next area we had was infrastructure. The action plan there was to, first to improve the reliability of infrastructure and equipment, looking at life cycle funding plan, develop a 5-year plan for stormwater improvements, update the curb and gutter policy, develop and fund employee retention program. I don't know how that got in there. Expand and repair, replace road, stormwater, and sewer infrastructure, flood remediation, develop funding strategies and implementation of this goal. And actually, earlier in your strategies, we had identified a citywide paving program was already in there. And then implement the WIP 3, which is our stormwater water improvement plan 3, assess the impacts of WIP 3 on sewer, stormwater, and then develop a funding plan. Next area is public safety. And we did a lot of extra kind of work here. So we, public safety, we have a police action plan, which the chief is undertaking, developing a departmental strategic plan for community engagement, crime control and prevention, traffic safety enhanced infrastructure. They're partnering with VCU to facilitate the development of the strategic plan, identifying core members of the department to develop the plan, conducting internal meetings to refine goals, mission, and vision, and to start the strategic planning process, seeking input from the community and incorporate council mandates, draft and finalize and implement a plan, and conduct quarterly reviews for the first year. We have an EMS action plan, first to promote a prepared and resilient community through capability building, planning, and whole community partnerships, update the Hopewell Emergency Operation Plan, incorporate a regional JIC, which is a Joint Information Center, FAC, which I don't know that one. What was that? Family Assistance Center, and recovery frameworks into Hopewell's EOP, begin continuity of operations planning for departments. So if something were to happen in this building, we could take our laptops somewhere and continue to work. Operationalize additional specialty teams to address flammable liquid response operations and emergency management support operations. Promote a prepared and resilient community through capability building, planning, and whole community partnerships. Again, we continue to build pre-planned database for informational industry and special hazard safety risk facilities in the city for all first responders to access from their mobile data terminals. Leverage partnerships with surrounding jurisdictions to integrate radio systems for better coverage and sharing of mutual aid resources for all first responders. The next item was to improve service delivery to citizens of Hopewell by pursuing accreditation and improved ISO rating for the fire department. This would increase workforce to a minimum national fire protection standards for single-family house fire response. Replace current aging stations with a new proposed station. Build a platform ladder truck to address current and new development in the city. Begin the process of achieving fire department accreditation. Capitalize on increasing staffing, better equipment, technology, and training to improve the ISO rating. Develop a community paramedic program in partnership with John Randolph Medical Center. Improve fire EMS personnel retention through parity and pay and support of career development program. Develop a highly skilled workforce through the continued training and exercise to address the ever-changing response environment. Economic development, we've got a couple handouts. I know I saw the handout. I know I saw someone had them in the back room, so, but going through the action plan, we had branding identified, developing an RFP, budget for the marketing consultant, issue the RFP, begin the branding process, develop the brand, and then do a release the branding campaign. Looking at economic development incentives to annually review the incentive program and develop marketing brochures and documents for all incentive programs. Then we looked at our commercial development, expansion, and retention. So we want to develop parcel portfolios for all parcels for development along Route 30 to the 36 corridor. Assist the EDA with updating the citywide economic development plan. Continue to work with developers on projects in the Marina District as well in the downtown district, and then develop small area plans for the 15th Street, Arlington Road, and Five Forks corridors. and then have industrial expansion and retention, meet with industry representatives quarterly to discuss issues such as workforce needs and future development opportunities, market available properties to include site categorization and placement on the Virginia Economic Development website, and undertake an site analysis of the Davisville property for as a future industrial site. Education and workforce development, we didn't jump into. We felt like there needed to be some discussion with schools with that area. And I can say, having gone through the same process when I was here before, when we jumped out and did a bunch of stuff for schools, it caused a little bit of tension. So we held back on that. So then we have the last area of council was for community and cultural development, culture and history, to develop an implementation plan for creating a variety of culturally centered special events, identify and assess historic assets, and create a preservation and maintenance plan to ensure proper care, develop a tourism plan to highlight historic assets and sites throughout the city, develop a plan to establish a City Point History Museum, develop a local historical marker program to highlight historically significant sites within the city. We looked at family resources as part of the community development piece, assessing and evaluating current childcare options within the city, develop a plan to implement before and after school and preschool programming offered by Parks and Recreation, complete a master plan for the Hopewell Community Center to include dedicated youth and family space, identify family-oriented service providers who should be located in the city to deliver services to the families within the city, explore options for expanding childcare subsidies and incentives to make high-quality childcare accessible to families. That's okay, you're getting out in front of me. In community services engagement, we wanted to establish a centralized office location for the delivery of community services that overlap or have strong links, recruit new service providers to Hopewell to establish local offices for improved access to resources, develop a marketing plan to effectively share information concerning available resources and services using a variety of media options, and finally, develop a plan to establish adult education opportunities to foster a more informed general public. So y'all can take some time and review that, since I know we're working quickly to get things done for y'all this evening. Any questions y'all have, feel free to contact me at any point in time. We'd be happy to talk with y'all either individually or in groups, or again at a future meeting about the action plans.
I do have a question, and can we discuss at a later meeting, but when we did you weren't here for the last time we did the strategic plan. So it was in this template, but in the template that we have for 2015, it had a champion, which is the director, whoever's job was to accomplish the task. And then it also had an estimated timeline provided by staff to complete it. And then it also had a dollar sign beside it if there was funding requested to complete the item. So, this is a great first step, but we do need to know, in order to solidify a plan, what staff timeframes are, because that was a part of what we needed to be able to put priorities on these things. So this is an urgent thing to come back and follow up on. So
we can do that.
I'll follow up with you to figure out when we can try to get reasonable answers to timelines, dollar signs, and we'll talk about it offline, but then share it with council, because then we can take it and then say if it's a priority or not, and then vote on it.
I think we were looking at, for y'all to give guidance on priorities and then developing timelines around that. That's fine.
But the guidance we gave to you guys was we can't determine the priorities unless we know what the timeline is. So if you say it takes 3 years, 2 years, then we can say if it's a priority or not. And so that's also how we did it last time, and it was helpful to know what is the realistic time frame from staff to accomplish it. So I'll talk to you offline and get that information for council. Council Barton.
So, here at this meeting, and I know we've done in the previous meetings, we've said that, part of this action plan in the infrastructure piece was, a 15-year road repaving program. And I certainly don't see it on here.
It's in your
It's in the, potential,
initiatives.
but I know that I know we've voted on it multiple times, where we've added it to the strategic plan, the action plan.
We have, a citywide paving program to pave each street once every 10 years was in the strategies and initiatives.
Right, but what I'm saying is, we've talked about this thing, being, specifically being part of our action plan, and,
We'll just add that in your action plan. Done.
okay.
So we'll schedule something to give them an update via email. Any other questions or asks? To be clear, the ask is to see would it be reasonable for us to get timelines estimated by staff and which ones would need require funding to give back to council. Is that and to make sure the council partner's request is included infrastructure. Is there any other need to be done?
Nominations.
Okay. So thank you for that. We're gonna move on to the last item, and Madam Clerk, I'm gonna read you some votes for closed session. Well, I'll give you notes too. For Ashford Civic Plaza, please remove Miss Williams. She's moved from Hopewell. CPMT, Madam City Attorney, we're gonna ask you to please verify the guidelines for service provider. And whatever you verify, the TBRs that we have on file, we need to figure out how to verify if they meet those guidelines. How do we know if they are a service provider and what services do they provide?
Is there a deadline on that, Madam Mayor?
I'm sorry, what?
Is there a deadline on that?
We're gonna talk about it at our regular meeting in January.
Which one? Oh, the second one. Okay, thank you.
For Dock Commission, we would like to appoint Mr. Carl Bottom. For the EDA, we would like to appoint Robert Moore. And then, Madam Clerk, I'll get with you to schedule interviews for the EDA. Depending on how tight the agenda is, it may be January, maybe February. But we do want to do interviews for the other applicants. For KHB, our recollection is that the applicant that we had on file, Mr. Herbert Towns, was already previously appointed. So you just want to, okay. So we can remove him from the stack. And then for the Historic Preservation Committee, we would like to appoint Becky McDonough to be the chamber representative, David Fratacangelo to be a citizen, Rita Joyner to be the ARB representative. For,
Ms. McDonough is the HBZ representative.
David
Mr.
Fratacangelo is
is
a
the
citizen, and Rita Joyner is the ARB.
Thank you.
For social services, Madam Attorney, we're gonna ask you to please check the rules in terms of, what is the requirement to serve on that board? Do you have to be in Hopewell, or can you provide services or, different things? Because we do have an applicant we're interested in, but we need to verify if he or she meets the qualifications. And that's the same deadline as January. Transportation Board, we had no action. Youth Services Commission, Madam Clerk, please make a note that, again, same thing as the EDA, I'll get with you January, February to figure out when we're gonna do it, but we do wanna interview some of the applicants. But for tonight, we are going to reappoint Terrence, for this, we didn't talk about the length of their appointment, so we're just reappointing them for what the terms they have now are.
Okay.
So for Terrence Doctor, reappointment. Brittany Dulcie, reappointment. Ruth Johnson, reappointment. Naquita Mitchell, reappointment. And we would like to add Sean Rocky Sharon. And for that person, please proceed with a background check and don't swear him in until the results come back as your normal process, and just verbalizing it. We do want to interview people, but we also need to check on the eligibility of one other candidate for the Youth Services Commission to see if the applicant, the first, I don't know how to pronounce the name, it starts with a Q. And the Youth Services, can you verify if they provide services, because they don't live here, and so that would make them ineligible unless they provide services. So can you check on that and give us confirmation if they do or not, please?
That's an interview, right?
Huh?
You should schedule an interview.
Right, I just said we're gonna talk to her about those. The only other things that we had out of our closed session is council talked about, our timeline for evaluation.
Mayor.
What?
You didn't vote.
No, I'm still
Oh,
putting
there's
this,
more.
yep, I'm trying to put everything on here. Council talked about the timeline for evaluations, I'm just putting it on file record that, I'll get drafts back on the 27th, turn them back around to council on the 28th. Council give me feedback on the 30th, they'll get a final copy on the 3rd, and we'll have it on our, the January 7th agenda, the one that you asked us for confirmation if we wanna do business on.
Yes.
That meeting specifically will address evaluations,
Of who?
council appointees. One closed session item, I'll talk to you offline because I can't say it publicly. And I think that was the
All right.
only two
Run
items
through the
that we said.
27, 28, run through that again for me, please.
Yes, ma'am. Council gave me feedback on the 27th.
I thought you gave them drafts on the 27th.
They have them now. They'll give me feedback on the 27th.
Okay.
I'll give my revisions on the 28th. They'll give me final confirmation on the 30th. Hard copy will go out to them to use on the 3rd. Evaluations will be done on January 7th internally with council. And on that agenda, we are only allowing, for right now, well, no, we're only allowing evaluations and the closed session item I will tell you about, okay? I don't think we have anything else from closed session to have to cover. And, also for the record, we are permitting the city attorney to work with the Commissioner of Revenue's office, for a legal matter.
We have to vote on something.
No, she just, she
I'm just
did
reading it
as
all
one
out for
very,
part of the
very,
record.
Very long motion, and so y'all are getting ready to vote on the
I just
very,
say so
very,
moved.
very
Yeah.
long motion.
And just put it on the part of the record, so just please say so moved. Second, any discussion? Seeing none, roll call please.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Councilor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Core.
Yes.
Councilor Denton. Yes. Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
Do your best work at night.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Midnight.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Thank you.
Whoa, baby. You okay? You all right?
Yeah.